When the so-called journalists put their thumb on the scale and attempt to influence the most important election of our lifetime, it makes you wonder, what do we have to do to win? There's only one thing left to do. Make sure you and like-minded people go vote. It's the only way to stop them from tipping the scales. The host on this station will keep reminding you right till the end. AM 560, The Answer.
Hi, I'm Scott Turf, the host of Power Trading Radio. Chicago, are you tired of seeing your retirement account going nowhere? Are you tired of dismal returns? So what you need to do right now is text me the word dollar, DOLLAR, to the number 313131. And what you're going to receive is a free class that's valued over $500 and a DVD of the 10 Laws of Risk Management. Because right now I see so many people are coming to the Academy because we're a global franchise. We have 39 centers in the United States. We have 7 centers internationally. We've got over 100 dedicated traders, instructors from around the globe. And what we do is we teach you how to trade into the financial markets, how to look at supply and demand in the institutional order flow. Where are the big boys buying and where are the big boys selling? So Chicago, right now, to receive this free class valued at over $500, and a DVD of 10 Laws of Risk Management, text me the word dollar, DOLLAR, to the number 313131. Text the word dollar to 313131.
I know a perfect Christmas gift. Did you guess it? Yep, it's MyPillow. And MyPillow will extend the money-back guarantee through March. Plus, if you buy one premium MyPillow, you'll still get the second one and 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only one with an extended money-back guarantee. It's the best offer ever. The National Sleep Foundation made MyPillow their official pillow. It's washable to remove germs that cause allergies, acne, and asthma. And you'll sleep better. Visit MyPillow.com, click the Radio Listener Special tab, and use the promo code Joe. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of one, plus the extended money-back guarantee through March for your Christmas gifts. Or you can call 1-800-489-0201, mention the Radio Listener Special, and be sure to use the promo code Joe. That's MyPillow.com or 1-800-489-0201.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Craigies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Craigies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Craigies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Craigies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Craigies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message, unlike the 2 presidential candidates.
5:09. Let's get a check of the roads. AM 560's Jim Telemonte is here. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. On the outbound side of the Rhine, it's a little congested starting around 95th, extending to the outbound Bishop Poor to King Drive, where there is overnight work in the left lane. On Chicago's southwest side, 26th remains closed west of Cicero between Ogden and Costner after a 5-alarm fire in that area on Saturday. Elsewhere right now, the roads are looking pretty good. The other overnight weekend construction has cleared. Traffic is a service of CNN's Election Night in America. This is it, Election Night in America. No one covers elections like CNN. For every race, every result, watch Election Night in America, Tuesday on CNN. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny and mild, high of 64. Tonight, increasing clouds, low 48. Then a mix of clouds tomorrow, cooler with a shower around into the early afternoon. Then breezy in the afternoon with a high tomorrow of 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
45 at O'Hare, 53 along the lakefront. Next news update, 5:30. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Welcome to our Election Eve big show.
Yes.
And before we get to the Comey announcement yesterday afternoon, I want to take judicial notice of the passing of Janet Reno. Searching for something kind to say to be respectful of the dead.
One of the longest-serving attorney generals of our time.
I guess
she did kill 80 people in Waco.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I used to live in Texas, so they're still a little bitter about that raid where 80 people were killed. And then there's Elian Gonzalez.
And there's Ruby Ridge. Here's what I would say about Janet Reno. Compared to the second female attorney general, she looked competent. How about that? Is that
okay?
That's about the strongest compliment I can muster.
She's the first female attorney general.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that was kind of implied in my.
And she died from complications of Parkinson's.
Okay, well, that's enough on Janet Reno.
Okay. I thought we were going to talk 4 hours about JR.
Not unless you've got Chris Farley or Will Ferrell queued up.
Remember that when he busted through the wall?
So Jim Comey's big announcement yesterday.
Yes.
Since my letter, Jim Comey wrote in a letter to members of Congress, the applicable ones, yesterday, the FBI investigative team has been working around the clock to process and review a large volume of emails from a device obtained in connection with an unrelated criminal investigation. During that process, we reviewed all the communications that were to or from Hillary Clinton while she was Secretary of State. Based on our review, we have not changed our conclusions that we expressed in July with respect to Secretary Clinton. And that's it. Show's over.
Case closed? I mean, they were saying, inside sources on CNN were saying that it's mostly her personal emails about those dreaded things such as yoga schedules and such as, but then the other ones were duplicate. So she did not commit a crime.
Your reactions to the Comey announcement, the quick review of some fraction of 650,000 emails, took them about 8 months to review 55,000 emails. Took them about 8 days, depending on how you count. I think they got the search warrant on Monday, so about 6 days to review 650,000 emails, even with deduping. Let's say it's a small fraction. 55,000 emails took them 8 months, and 650,000 emails, some fraction of, took them 6 days.
Yeah, it smells kind of funky, doesn't it?
Your calls and reactions to that, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. And then, of course, the big question, the impact on tomorrow's election. What shall it be? Does this remove the cloud over Hillary and provide a net benefit to her, enough of a benefit to stave off the surging Donald Trump? What do you think?
I don't know, because so many people were early voting when this was going on in the last 6 days, which I think
it's true.
Hurt Hillary Clinton. But Donald Trump last night, he had a midnight rally in Virginia. Do you know he campaigned 15 hours straight yesterday? But while he was in Virginia and Hillary was sleeping, he reacted to the latest letter from James Comey.
You can't review 650,000 emails in 8 days. You can't do it, folks. Hillary Clinton is guilty. She knows it. The FBI knows it. Now it's up to the American people to deliver justice at the ballot.
At the ballot box.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think this...
Is there something in between?
No, I think this is does not benefit Hillary that much. Now, maybe this is my, projecting my desires onto this, but I really think that I've said this from almost the outset of the election, certainly the outset of this matchup, that the contest is to make the election a referendum on the other candidate. Whoever is successful in making the election a referendum on their opponent wins, because whoever the election is a referendum upon loses. So up until 10 days ago, the election was a referendum on Donald Trump, and he was losing. For the last 8 days, it's been a referendum on Hillary Clinton, and she's been losing. And I think Comey's announcement on Sunday doesn't change that. I think it's still a referendum on her tomorrow. And as long as it's a referendum on her, then I think Donald Trump is in a good place.
Well, she didn't mention it at all in any of her campaign rallies. She didn't come out and say, I've been cleared. She didn't even say the E word, the email word.
Well, it's funny because Tim Kaine had no problem saying that there are FBI agents actively working to help Donald Trump and all of the conspiracy theories. So I wonder if we will hear that Jim Comey is a good guy again from the left.
Right.
Is he a good guy now? He was a good guy, then he was a bad guy, now he's a good guy.
Same with Trump. He was a good guy, then he was a bad guy, then a good guy. And now might be a bad guy.
Is Harry Reid going to continue to allege Hatch Act violations against Jim Comey?
That's right.
Are we going to have more letters from Harry Reid? Or is he still going to pursue a Hatch Act prosecution of Jim Comey for his announcement about 10 days ago? What are we going to hear from the left whose ethics, I should say, are perfectly synced to their interests? That's why they're changing all the time. You can say whatever you want about what Donald Trump said, and I think he overreached with complimenting Comey about that announcement 10 days ago. But on this show, we, in the wake of the Comey announcement, the Monday after his Friday announcement, so 1 week ago today, we talked about whether Comey should resign or not. We didn't cast Comey in any heroic light because he doesn't belong in any heroic light. And I think Brett Stevens in the Wall Street Journal, who had the best distillation of Comey that I've read, and hit the problem with Comey, and provided the basis for me to join in a week ago and say Comey should resign. So not changing my view on Comey, my skepticism all the way along, even as some of our friends, Andy McCarthy and others, former FBI, former prosecutors, suggesting Comey is a man of impeccable ethics and so forth, puts his reputation above partisan politics. Maybe that's the problem. He puts his reputation above partisan politics, but he also puts it above justice. And that was essentially the argument that Brett Stevens made as he went through Comey's decision-making over the years. A number of cases that, we have forgotten as the years have flown by. An investment banker, Frank Quattrone, who was later exonerated. Warrantless wireless taps that Comey opposed that were ruled constitutional by a FISA court. Sicking Patrick Fitzgerald on Scooter Libby with respect to the whole Valerie Plame identity outing matter, even when Fitzgerald knew it was Armitage who had identified Plame. And essentially, Stevens suggesting that the problem with Comey is not that he's partisan. The problem is that he always errs on the side of Beltway conventional wisdom at the expense of justice. And it seems to me this whole episode, including the last 10 days, from a week ago Friday to yesterday afternoon, this is another example of it. And this is why, we were calling for Comey to resign here last week, well before any of this came to pass yesterday. Phil and Joliet.
Yeah, good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy, I owe you an apology for the last time I called. I got cut off. You guys were up against a break, and I sounded insultive, and I didn't mean it, and I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I
don't accept your apology,
I'm so glad James Comey made the decision he made because I was very worried. Seeing as we've gone from Janet Reno's at Waco, Texas, all the way to today, no one's gone against the Clintons and lived. And I just like to say I'm very worried about his wife and kids, and I'm so glad that they're going to be okay now.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the call, Phil. The whole Comey chose his life over doing the right thing. Can we just ratchet down he was targeted for elimination by the Clinton tactical squad? Come on, Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, you know what, Dan? I don't think people could handle an honest government anymore. Someone that would actually be transparent. because when you talk to them and you mention, like the email scandal and the FBI and the IRS, they look at you like you're from another planet. Like, what? What are you talking about? And another thing with Comey, you mentioned all of those cases that he tried to get, like that guy Quatone and all. I don't know what their political views were, but he did let Hillary slide on that Cattle Future contract, and there was something else that he was investigating her for. So he actually let her slide 4 times. This guy has no character at all. He makes me sick when I look at him.
Thanks for the call, Ed. Appreciate it. John in Garden Prairie.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Here's the thing. Donald Trump should win in a landslide, and I believe he will. If he does not, if by some chance this crooked liar wins, this country is over. And I think people need to realize that. It's over. I know a lot of people, I myself, that we're going to turn off the radio. We're going to stop buying. I'm going to quit my job. I have a farm. I'm going to live on the farm, and I'm done. I will not participate in a crooked, corrupt government.
All right. Thanks for the call, John.
So everyone.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I'm telling you, there's some guy in the hallway. He doesn't have a box of donuts or baked goods. It looks shady. He's from the Clinton Death Squad. If I tell you to get down, get down. Today, mostly sunny, mild, a high of 64 degrees. Then tomorrow for Election Day, it's going to be cloudy and cooler with a shower, but breezy by the afternoon. It shouldn't stop you from voting if you haven't done so. A high of 57 degrees. Then we bounce back to a beautiful day on Wednesday, post-Election Day. Plenty of sunshine, a high of 55. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Right now, things look pretty routine. There's a little bit of a mild delay on the inbound Ryan from 18th into the Burn Circle. Just a 1 or 2 minute delay. Same goes for I-57 at the Bishop Ford. Slow approaching the merge. Outbound, things are pretty much cleared up. There were some delays at the south end of the Rhine onto the Bishop Ford. There's still a left lane closure at King Drive with road work till 6 this morning. But again, the delays have pretty much dissipated. The other expressways and tollways for now looking good. Southwest side 26th is blocked west of Cicero between Ogden and Costner after a big fire over the weekend. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank? 14 years. That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rowe's the man.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rowe's the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855 1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rowe's the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
If you're familiar with cloud computing, you probably know that Amazon Web Services offers a complete set of secure compute, storage, application, and deployment services that help companies launch and scale their IT infrastructures while lowering costs. But did you know that you're still responsible for protecting your own AWS-based assets, meaning your applications and data, from advanced cyber threats? Protect your AWS with Barracuda Network's advanced firewall solutions. Visit AWS Marketplace or barracuda.com/AWS to learn more.
AM 560.
The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, if you're not distressed by
that last caller.
Well, no, not distressed. But, well, I mean,
he's going to quit his job, go to the farm.
He's going Galt.
Life as he knows it will be over if Hillary Clinton becomes president.
I'm just worried about what happens to us because guys like John from Garden Prairie, they got to still listen to the radio. It's just like this will be your beacon of hope. This will be your, island in a stormy sea.
Well, I know somebody. I'm not going to say their name, but who's a registered Republican who voted for Hillary on the sole purpose of wanting her to be elected president so that he can then watch her be impeached.
Yeah, that's real interesting thinking. That kind of strategery behind your vote is a bridge too far. It doesn't usually work that way. It reminds me of a lot of Republicans who voted against George Herbert Walker Bush in 92. Teach him a lesson, get Bill Clinton in for one term, and then, of course, we'll come back and beat him in 96.
Yeah. How'd that work out?
And we did come back and beat him in 96.
No.
And it's been so bad that 20 years later, we have his wife on the cusp of the presidency. So be careful about how far down the road you think your thinking works out. I just live in the present. Stop the woman on the other side of the ballot if you're a Republican. Stop the woman with the D next to your name. Don't think beyond that. That's the major objective. Everything else is ancillary.
But you'd be happy to know the ladies that do my nails, or everyone's nails, they're Vietnamese women, they're registered Democrats. They're voting for Donald Trump solely because of Obamacare.
Yeah,
because
sure.
they pay $500 a month. They can't go to any hospitals. The only one they can go to is Thorax on Irving Park Road.
Isn't it interesting? I mean, that
all of them.
6 years later, I mean, the 2010 midterms were a referendum on Obamacare, and Republicans took the House.
Mhm.
And 6 years later, you still have a lot of people making this election a referendum on Obamacare because, as Hillary said in her own words, before it was Obamacare, it was Hillary Care. Right. So if you like it, then go ahead and vote for a government takeover, formalize it. If you don't, then you really don't have much of a choice other than to vote against Hillary, and you know what that means. Now, if you were distressed by Comey's announcement, wait till you hear this. This is President Obama on Me Too. This is like a Latino digital station.
Like all the hipsters are listening to it and watching it, yeah.
Well, Latino hipsters. President Obama sat down for an interview. Neil Cavuto is the one who brought it to my attention over on Fox Business. Listen to this. First, the woman who's interviewing him, and then the president. The question about illegal immigrants, those who are by law not allowed to vote. What if they do vote?
Many of the millennials, dreamers, undocumented citizens, and I call them citizens because they contribute to this country, are fearful of voting. So if I vote, will immigration know where I live? Will they come for my family and deport us?
Not true. Okay. And the reason is, first of all, when you vote, you are a citizen yourself, and there is not a situation where the voting rolls somehow are transferred over and people start investigating, etc. The sanctity of the vote is strictly confidential.
Can you play that again?
So, number one, I call them citizens, even though they're not, because they contribute to this country. Well, I call people who are here illegally who are not citizens. I don't call them citizens. So I guess we have a definitional problem. In response to that, her question was, if I vote, millennials, dreamers, people who are illegally, if I vote, will ICE come after me? And Obama's response to the question of illegal aliens voting, taking away the vote in so doing from Americans, is to say, no, it's no problem. That's what he said.
Which makes me think that a lot of illegals are registered to vote.
Well, not registered. I mean, places like Illinois, what register? Show up on election day to a polling place in Cook County and register there.
And they're not going to check if you're here legally or not?
What did we see on those James O'Keefe undercover videos with Scott Foval talking about how you have a company employ somebody as a day laborer, so they've got a paycheck, and then you get a car at an auction, so you've got a bill of sale for a car that puts you in a particular locale. And that's the way you dummy up a couple of documents so that you can register the day of so you can vote. I mean, there's lots of ways to do it. The President of the United States sanctioning taking away your vote, American citizens, by suggesting there are no consequences if you're an illegal immigrant here for whom it is illegal to vote, but you do vote. I mean, Cavuto was apoplectic, and I agree with him. That should be everybody's response. This is a fitting final salvo for the Manchurian president of the radical left. Taking away something as fundamental to our representative republic as the right to vote by encouraging people for whom it is illegal to vote to go ahead and vote. There will be no consequences. I mean, let that marinate. Think about that for a minute.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he He's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Swimming in David Brooks's gene pool at 5:38.
And later, just look how many people lined up to go to a Tim Kaine rally in Florida. Aw. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
In Chicago this morning, we have clearing conditions, 49 degrees, and FBI Director James Comey telling Congress that after reviewing newly discovered Hillary Clinton emails, the Bureau remains opposed at this point to bringing any criminal charges.
We're glad to see that as we were, that he has found, as we were confident that he would, that he has confirmed the conclusions that he really reached in July, and we're glad that this matter is resolved.
Clinton Campaign Communications Director Jennifer Palmieri, Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump, said Clinton is being protected by what he called a rigged system. One of the Clinton administration's most recognizable and polarizing figures has died after battling Parkinson's disease. Janet Reno, the first woman to serve as Attorney General, faced criticism from a deadly raid on the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas, as well as the seizure of Elian Gonzalez. Philadelphia city commuters breathing a sigh of relief with the announcement of a tentative agreement between striking workers' union and the transit agency SEPTA. The search for bodies expected to continue in South Carolina on a property today where a woman was rescued after being found chained inside a metal storage container. Property is owned by Todd Colheap, who has confessed to killing 4 people at a motorcycle shop alone in 2003. No serious injuries being reported in central Oklahoma after a strong earthquake struck last night.
Earthquakes that are induced by wastewater disposal are the ones that are larger in size, larger in magnitude, and are felt by people.
Jessica Turner with the U.S. Geological System suggesting the magnitude 5.0 quake located near one of the world's largest oil hubs may have been caused by underground disposal of wastewater from oil and gas production. There is damage in Cushing this morning, most of that located in the center of that city. Chicago police say a 25-year-old Indiana man was fatally shot by authorities after a road rage incident. Joshua Beal of Indianapolis was shot to death Saturday afternoon after failing to drop a gun when confronted by off-duty officers and a police sergeant. Chicago sports. Blackhawks beat Dallas in OT 4-3. Bulls battling the Magic tonight. And the news, a service of American Express. Hey, American Express card members, you don't want to miss this. Now through December 31st, there's a big reason for you to shop small at local stores in your neighborhood. Learn more and enroll your eligible card today at americanexpress.com/shop small offer. Terms apply. 5:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher feels a surprise coming.
I just don't think the excitement or the enthusiasm or the going into the voting booth and voting for Donald Trump is going to be stopped. I think we better be prepared for a big surprise on November the 8th. I believe that with all of my heart. Hey, the Cubs and the Indians in the World Series, anything can happen, right?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. When purchasing a home, you could call your bank, surf the internet, or you can call me. Why me? Because in addition to my outstanding customer service, market knowledge, and low rates, I have a team of dedicated in-house underwriters, which gives me total control over the loan process. If you're purchasing a home, always compare closing costs, interest rates, and make sure your lender has in-house underwriting. If your lender doesn't underwrite their own loans, hang up and call me immediately. If you'd like to work with an experienced team of loan professionals who will always look out for your financial best interest, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License T4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
5:35. Let's check our roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're seeing delays again on the outbound Ryan with some road work on the Bishop Ford Freeway extending from the Ryan to King Drive. That is a left lane closure scheduled till 6. The delays there had cleared up, but now they're back again. Nothing too bad, but you're looking at 2 or 3 minutes worth of delays. On the inbound side, Ryan has heavy traffic from Cermak into the Burns Circle, 18 minutes 95th to downtown. The Edens and the Kennedy are fine. Inbound Eisenhower getting a little heavy past Wolf Road. Inbound Stevenson has a 2-minute delay central to Pulaski. I-57, 24 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 20. And traffic is a service of CNN's Election Night in America. This is it. Election Night in America. No one covers elections like CNN. For every race, every result. Watch Election Night in America Tuesday on CNN. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and mild today, high 64. Clouds on the increase overnight, low 48 and a high of 57 with some showers in the forecast for tomorrow. Currently 45 at O'Hare, 53 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, in this Election Eve edition of Chicago's Morning Answer. I want to get to David Brooks and his gene pool. Take a swim in there. It needs more chlorine. But we were talking before the news about President Obama sanctioning illegal immigrants to vote, thereby taking away the vote from American citizens, because that's what it does. And so let's take a couple of calls on that. People want to chime in. Daniel on the south side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. This is Daniel.
Hi.
I was just explaining your buddy that answered the phone that I just became a legal resident, and one of the things that you have to comply is never to impersonate a American citizen. If you do, and it's proof that you ever do impersonate an American citizen, either as a vote or get any other help as a citizen, you will not be able to get your papers. So,
yeah. The benefit, if you put yourself forward as an American citizen for the benefits of citizenship, then you jeopardize your ability to go from legal resident to citizen. Is what you're saying.
That is correct. So whatever the president is saying that there is no consequences, yes, there are.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Daniel. Appreciate that, and welcome, Mike, in the north side.
Good morning, kids. Thanks for taking my call. I was watching the internet over the weekend, and they were talking about the Senate hearings where they're going to, they say they're going to redo the immigration. They're going to have comprehensive immigration reform. And I don't know if this qualifies as reform, but the administration, the Obama administration, and Hillary wants to continue Obama's good work, she says. They will not deport an illegal alien if he has a DUI. They will not deport an illegal alien if he has an aggravated DUI where he injures someone. They did say, though, and this is good news for the ladies at Amy's nail salon, that they will start convicting or they will start deporting domestic abusers after 3 convictions.
Oh, that's
so
good. Hit me once.
If you're illegal, you could beat your wife twice and get convicted, and you will not be deported. But after the 3rd one, you may. So good thing the Democrats are standing up for battered women.
Thanks for the call, Mike. I
But
mean,
even after people are convicted of murders and serve time, they're still come back in the country. I mean, we've had Sheriff Joe on here so many times repeating that same mantra.
Well, so this is the issue, right, with the whole immigration discussion. Everyone agrees that violent convicted felons who are not citizens should be deported.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is saying, no, they should
keep
say.
them. No, I want them to stay.
Nobody-
I want a little, agitation in my life, a little concern, a little fear.
Nobody says that. But
Yeah.
yet every time ICE Director Saldana goes before a congressional oversight committee, what's the part of the discussion at minimum is how many convicted felon, violent, illegal aliens are released back into the population, are not deported because the home country won't take them and other excuses. So that's the problem. And this is very basic. If everyone agrees that something should be done and it clearly is not getting done, then I have no faith in everyone, number one. We need kind of a change out of leadership. And number two, I'm unwilling to talk about anything else. I'm unwilling to talk about Syrian refugees. I'm unwilling to talk about raising or lowering the number of H-1B visas. I'm unwilling to talk about anything else because the one thing that we agree on that connects directly to the federal government's first responsibility, which is the physical security of Americans, you pay lip service to and do nothing in furtherance of. So I mean, that it's so elemental. I just wish Trump would have stuck on that for more of the campaign because, well, what does the left say to that? Frankly, what do some of the kind of open borders, Vichy Republicans say to that? The Gang of Eight types like Lindsey Graham. What do they say to that? There's no excuse. I mean, give those excuses to, I'm sorry, home country problems and bureaucratic snafus. Give that excuse to Kate Steinle's family. See how compelled they are by it. Switching gears a little bit, David Brooks, speaking of Vichy Republicans, Obama's favorite Republican. So he says. And there's good reason. The gentleman in the New York Times who back in February penned a column saying, I'm going to miss Barack Obama. Republican. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Center-right David Brooks. David Brooks was on PBS NewsHour over the weekend with his buddy Mark Shields, Judy Woodruff moderating, and he said this about the electorate.
The Clinton and basically less educated or high school educated whites are going to Trump. It doesn't matter what the guy does. And college educated going to Clinton. I mean, everyone's dividing based on demographic categories, and sometimes you get the sense that campaign barely matters. People are just going with their gene pool or whatever it is.
Is that right? Trump supporters, are you all just part of the same gene pool, and that's not offered as a compliment? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Just everybody in their gene pool, right? That's how this election is breaking out. Is that right?
No. Why would he even... What's the meaning behind those words?
The meaning behind it is
what's wrong with him?
Well, there's all kinds of things wrong with him, and it starts with the fact that he's an arrogant prig. And the other thing that's wrong with him is he, despite his lofty position as a New York Times columnist, he doesn't understand what's going on at all. Is this a demographic?
How can he be out of touch?
No, he's part of the political ruling class. The ivory towers aren't just located in D.C. They're all along the eastern seaboard. They're in academia. They're in corporate America. They're in the Fourth Estate. And that's where David Brooks resides. He lives in the New York Times headquarters and on these roundtable political talk shows.
I know, but to insult Trump supporters, saying that the less educated will vote for Trump no matter what, because it's a part of their gene pool.
Mm-hmm. Well, so here's the thing. It's even more fundamental than that. It's more fundamental than the insult directed at Trump supporters that, your Trump supporters are largely comprised of less educated whites, and it's just everybody in their gene pool.
No one went to college.
What's actually happening is you have a similar psychographic that connects a lot of disparate demographics that is providing support for Trump. And to some extent, you would argue the same for Hillary. The idea that is just this income bracket, this kind of demographic profile, age, gender, race, household income, education level, and that explains the splits between Trump and Clinton. That explains the divides in this country.
Well, what's
is
worse,
nonsense.
What he said or what Hillary Clinton said by calling us deplorables?
Well, I mean, it's all sort of it's
all mudslinging.
It's all of a similar kind.
Right.
It's all of a similar kind. But it's the psychographic. It's people that look at the David Brookses, like me, and I've got an advanced degree. I've got a post-college degree, so I guess I'm highly educated to David Brooks. And come to
you
this.
shouldn't be voting for Donald Trump.
All right, and come to the same conclusion that a guy with a high school diploma who's a mechanic or some other successful tradesman.
But this guy's downright racist. I mean, on PBS on Friday, he also said Hillary's making a campaign stop in the state of Michigan, normally a Democratic stronghold, because, quote, there are a lot of white people there.
Who said that?
Brooks said that on PBS on Friday night.
That Hillary is making a stop.
Stops, yeah.
Oh, because Michigan is in play because there are a lot of white people and they're supporting Trump.
Right.
Like it's all white black.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I hate to break it to people, but it was a big chasm between white and black in 2012 as well, between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama. You may remember Barack Obama got 95% plus of the black vote and Mitt Romney got 59% of the white vote. Donald Trump probably does better than those numbers. But, so this divide in terms of race is longstanding, I'm sorry to say. But the gene pool comment, the other thing the gene pool comment says is that your gene pool, so where you're born, your DNA composition determined, it puts you in this category of just getting a high school diploma, or that category of getting a college degree, or this category of making so much money, or that category. Is that how it actually works in America? No. Of course not.
It's insulting.
There's a lot of guys that have a lot less education than I do that make a lot more money, that are a lot more successful.
Who makes more money than you?
And also, here's the other thing: how much money you make is not synonymous with success.
No.
You can choose a calling that has nothing to do with making a lot of money and live a wildly successful life. It is such a cartoonish distillation of the American public, something only a feudal lord like David Brooks, or someone who fashions himself a feudal lord like David Brooks, would offer. Someone who looks out and sees serfs from his perch atop the New York Times. It's despicable. That's despicable. That's as bad or worse than Hillary Clinton's deplorables comment. And it shouldn't go unnoticed. Because let me tell you something. If you're thinking about, well, gosh, I don't like Trump, but I want to vote against Hillary Clinton. And I'll have my list at the top of the 6 o'clock hour. I'm less voting for Trump than I'm voting against Hillary Clinton, but I'm voting against a lot more people than Hillary Clinton. I'm voting against a long list of people and phenomena that have degraded our culture. And David Brooks is right near the top of that list. Dan and Gurnee, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan and Amy, I missed one problem on the ACT math. I finished college in 3 years. My hobby is to compare the industrial capacity utilization with the U14 and the workforce participation rate.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing Amy wrote her dissertation on.
I know.
It's weird.
Yeah. I chose, instead of being an engineer or doctor like my friends, I chose to be a police officer. My job career has nothing to do with my educational level, but I'm not one of those rural idiots, uneducated, that they're purporting all the Republicans to be.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Dan. Get back in your gene pool.
Yeah.
Andy in
Don't
Hinsdale.
brag about your higher education.
Hey, Andy.
Hello?
Andy, you're on. Andy in Hinsdale. Hello.
Yeah, so a large part of the
Yep, you're on. Go ahead, Andy.
So a large part of the gene pool divides between the makers and the takers. The people who make wealth, create jobs, and the people who take off of the system. And that there's definitely exceptions. You know, police and fire first responders who know they're not going to get supported by Hillary Clinton. But by and large, everybody I know who owns a business, operates a business, is in the Trump camp, and everybody I know who doesn't is in the Clinton camp.
Thanks for the call, Andy. Remember, though, you didn't build that. And here's the other thing. Great piece in the National Review from Kevin Williamson. I know he's a never-Trumper, but it's a good piece nonetheless. Splendid Washington, talking about how all these people go to D.C. and produce nothing and get fabulously rich. Isn't it interesting? Margot in Burridge.
Hi, I'm college educated, and I have a business, and I'd say 50 to 60 women come into it every day, and they are, I would say, mostly college educated, and they are mostly for Trump. The only demographic I see going for Hillary are the 70-plussers, the really old ladies, because, I think they are the ones that are just voting for her because she's female.
Thanks for the call, Margot. You know, it's interesting, this Investors Business Daily poll that came out over the weekend that had Trump up 1 point at the national level. Some demographics that are interesting. Trump leads among men, 50-38. Clinton leads among women, 48-38. But, women is not a monolithic group in terms of thinking as well as in terms of profile. So it's really single women that are the problem for Republicans. Single women. Trump married women favor Trump by 11 points.
I can see that.
Yeah. As single women, those that are disproportionately likely to lean on the welfare state, those that are disproportionately likely, if they're coming out of college, to have had their minds polluted by that totalitarian political correct culture on college campuses and on their path to being sophisticated barbarians that live on the North Shore. Very interesting, though. We talk about the women vote, the female vote, something very different. Family versus single. Just an interesting point. Mike on the South Side.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. I'm 56. I'm a police officer, high school educated, Brother Rice High School, and I've been voting since 1976. I've been in the military since 1980. Air Force Reserve, Army Reserve. I'm a MI analyst. And with Hillary, if I would just transfer one document from the military into, like, say, my Chicago Police Department webmail, I go to jail. Mm-hmm. But other than that, the laundry list that you spoke of about with Hillary, it's incredible. But as soon as I can, I retired this month. In springtime, moving down to Tennessee, getting away from all of this because, just like my brothers and sisters in law enforcement, if they vote, that is, the people vote Hillary in for law enforcement and military, we're in a lot of trouble. And I saw what happened in my neighborhood in Mount Greenwood with the Black Lives Matter on 111th Street. It's ridiculous. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Mike.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Great talent is the driving force behind your successful business. If you don't have the right people in key roles, then you have talent gaps. IMC Solutions identifies those gaps and delivers expertise in recruiting the right talent to fill them, leaving you free to succeed.
Hi, I'm Linda Nichols, founder of IMC Solutions. We're a niche recruiting and staffing firm that specializes in placing human resources and sales professionals. We've created programs that are just right for your small to medium-sized business because we know that you're looking for expertise, but are also looking at the bottom line expenses to your company. You can take advantage of recruiting services that big companies get, but you don't have to pay the big fees. Our programs and solutions are affordable and bring you the people you need.
IMC Solutions understands the unique challenges of your business, making the tough job of hiring easy. Get started on finding your next hire today at imcsolutions.com or call Linda Nichols at 630-637-6200.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. A few months ago, Hillary and Company praised Jim Comey and his team as dedicated career professionals who made a judicious decision. Last week, after he reopened the Hillary email investigation, Comey became a rogue federale who had possibly violated the Hatch Act, according to Senator Harry Reid. That's Team Hillary for you. Their ethics are synced to their interests. Thus, Hillary's political deathbed conversion to transparency. Hillary's practice high dungeon of demanding the full release of the new cache of emails, knowing there's no chance the FBI does that prior to review, might be more compelling if she didn't simultaneously send Uma into hiding. That little two-step is compounded by Hillary Flax feigning complete confusion as to the contents of the new emails, even as they can't be bothered to ask Uma, the co-custodian of the material. Hillary's offensive posture to law enforcement is reminiscent of former Illinois Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. telling federal prosecutors to quote-unquote bring it on. It got brought. Jesse Jr. and his wife went from serving consecutive terms in office to consecutive terms in prison. Perhaps that's what's in store for Mr. and Mrs. Carlos Danger and Mr. and Mrs. Clinton.
This is Roger Michalski from Eagle Financial Publications. Are you a dividend investor? If so, let me tell you about a website that has just about every resource that a dividend investor could ask for. It's called dividendinvestor.com. We just launched a new and improved version of it, and there's nothing else like it. When you log on to dividendinvestor.com, you'll find screening tools plus an all-star ranking system to help you find the best dividend opportunities. There's a scorecard to track the dividends in your very own portfolio, plus time-sensitive updates so you'll be the first to know when dividends go up or go down, and so many other features. Be my guest. Log on for free today at dividendinvestor.com. Set up a portfolio and see how easy it is to work the dividend calculator. And be sure to take the website tour to discover all the other great benefits. I'm convinced dividendinvestor.com will pay dividends to your bottom line. Go to dividendinvestor.com now. Dividendinvestor.com.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, and Lauren Gabler, project manager, on how they do business differently.
As much as computers are the focus of our work, the focus is really the people that we deal with. When people call us, they're usually calling for a user problem. They're not calling because their PC is smoking.
And they call in for problems that they don't understand. They can't do their work. They need to be able to open Windows or, open Outlook. They can't find their email from 10 years ago that they really need to look at. And so the guys are able to track down the information and provide an experience for them of solving a problem. And it's very user-friendly for the end customer because they can call in and talk to someone all the time that are available when people call in during normal business hours. We have on-call technicians for emergency situations. If there's an emergency, they'll get notified and we can take care of it.
New customers, sign up with Turnkey IT now through December 1st and receive all security appliances and backup devices for free, up to a $4,000 value. Visit turnkey.pro today.
It's the biggest sale of the season. It's the Apple Vacation Super Sale. Book now and save up to 50% on your winter vacation to Mexico or the Caribbean. Whether you're looking for an affordable weekend getaway or a full week of luxury, the vacation choices are endless with Apple Vacations. 7 nights at Ixtapa at Barcelo Ixtapa start from only $11.99. Or make it Huatulco. A full week of unlimited luxury at Dreams Huatulco Resort and Spa start from just $13.99. Both trips include round-trip nonstop air, resort transfers, all meals, drinks, and taxes. Call Carey Travel Express at 847-639-3300. That's Carey Travel Express, 847-639-3300. Or visit CareyTravelExpress.com. Hurry, best dates and hotels are going fast. Prices per person based on double occupancy for select departures starting January 7th, including charter air on Volaris from O'Hare, and taxes and fees, including September 11th security fees. See AppleVacations.com for baggage charges. Prices subject to availability and change restrictions apply. PC 16132.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I'm voting against Hillary, but not just Hillary. I've got a list. I want you to add to it at 6:06.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, protesters clashing over a deadly police shooting here in the city of Chicago. A man killed in a Chicago bus crash. Kirk and Duckworth campaigning across the city and the suburbs. A deadly shooting being investigated in Aurora. And Cedar Point loses a bet and will have to rename a roller coaster. Blackhawks beat the Stars in OT. A sunny and mild day ahead. Your full forecast after Fox. WINT Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony.
This is a marathon today. We're not playing games, right?
Donald Trump after midnight in Leesburg, Virginia, and he'll hit 5 more states the day before the election: Florida, New Hampshire, and North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Hillary Clinton will also hit those 3 states.
We have to heal this country, and that's going to take everyone.
This as the FBI clears her again just before the election. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, FBI Director James Comey sent a follow-up letter to Congress saying after an expedited review of Clinton's emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop, the FBI's determination not to recommend prosecution still stands. Campaigning in Michigan, Donald Trump said Clinton is guilty and urged supporters to get out the vote.
And now it's up to the American people to deliver justice at the ballot box on November 8th.
A Clinton spokesman says the campaign is glad the issue is resolved, but it could have been settled before the first letter was sent. Dave?
Rachel, just ahead of Election Day, a strike that shut down bus and subway service in Philadelphia has ended. Workers in the transit agency SEPTA agreed to a tentative new contract this morning. Janet Reno died early this morning in Miami, the first woman to serve as U.S. Attorney General.
If the truth shows that I've done something wrong, then I will accept the consequences.
That was Reno in the middle of the controversy surrounding the deadly raid in Waco, Texas in 1993. Reno was 78 and had suffered consequences of Parkinson's disease. They're assessing earthquake damage around Cushing, Oklahoma, where schools are closed the morning after.
I just heard the whole house shaking. I went outside, I heard the rumbling in the ground.
The magnitude 5 quake was felt as far away as Illinois. There is some damage to downtown Cushing. Windows shattered, building facades fell, but so far no problems reported in the huge oil storage facilities there. There are reports of some minor injuries. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Mostly clear skies, 50 degrees. Along the lakefront and officially 44 at O'Hare at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Mayor Rahm Emanuel apparently used personal email accounts and a personal email domain to communicate with government officials and political figures. The Tribune reporting that Emanuel's personal account information turned up among those emails from Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign chairman John Podesta that have been posted by WikiLeaks after a hack. A man is dead following a bus crash on Chicago's West Side. Frank Davis Jr. was driving a vehicle that collided with a private bus on Congress Parkway. Davis died at a nearby hospital while the bus driver and a 3-year-old girl on board that bus were also hospitalized. Officials in Kane County say they continue to investigate a weekend traffic collision that took the lives of 2 teenagers. County sheriffs tell us the collision happened late Saturday afternoon. 16-year-old Arthur Stinger of Montgomery had just pulled his pickup truck into the intersection of Meredith Road in Virgil Township after stopping at a stop sign when a semi-tractor trailer, which had the right-of-way, hit that vehicle. Prosecutors are asking for a reduced prison term of 5 years for a suburban Chicago man in an Islamic State terrorism case, citing his extensive cooperation in helping to track 2 recruiters for the militant group. Mohammed Hamza Khan pleaded guilty last year. His full sentencing comes November 18. $5,000 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest following a deadly shooting in Aurora. Samuel Smith Jr. was found early yesterday with a gunshot wound inside his home on Iowa Avenue. Smith's girlfriend was the only other person in the home at the time of the incident. A major worldwide theme park in Ohio will honor its World Series bet. It will change the name of one of their top thrill rides to Top Thrill Cubster. Cedar Point says they'll rename the Top Thrill Dragster when they reopen in May. After the Indians lost to the Cubs in 7 games, the staff in Cedar Point will also have to dress in Cubs gear. Blackhawks beat Dallas in OT 4-3 last night. Bulls battle the Magic tonight. And the news is a service of Hum by Verizon. Hum by Verizon is the technology designed to make your cars smarter, safer, and more connected. It's easy. Just plug it in. and you'll get vehicle diagnostics, emergency assistance, vehicle location, and more. Get some peace of mind and a smarter, safer, more connected car. Visit hum.com now. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The mainstream media has a duty and an obligation to cover this election fairly. Does it seem fair to you? Or do we see more coverage about the problems of one side than the problems for the other side? When the so-called journalists put their thumb on the scale and attempt to influence the most important election of our lifetime, it makes you wonder, what do we have to do to win? There's only one thing left to do. Make sure you and like-minded people go vote. It's the only way to stop them from tipping the scales. The host on this station will keep reminding you right till the end. AM 560, The Answer.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that you're probably driving right now. Sitting comfortably behind the wheel with a tasty caffeinated beverage in your cup holder. Well, if you were driving with Uber, you could be earning money right now too. That's because Uber is the ultimate side hustle. Extra cash whenever you want. Earning you can turn on and off, just like your car. This isn't just another job, it's a totally flexible way to earn. So go ahead, get your side hustle on. Visit uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%, APR 3.57%. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. So lock in this ultra-low rate before it goes back up. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
It is 6:06. Let's get an update on the roads. In our AM 560 traffic center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. River North at the bottom of the Ohio feeder ramp at Orleans. There is a crash, car into a building, and this is backing up the Ohio feeder and the inbound Kennedy. It's stop and go from Division to Ohio, much heavier in the express lanes, where the delays start around North Avenue. It's about 24 minutes O'Hare to downtown, but the express lanes are at least 7 or 8 minutes heavier, or it's at least that much longer to get downtown on the inbound side. Also, there are delays around the River Road Toll. A lot of O'Hare traffic this morning. Eastbound Adams Tollway. Traffic is heavy in 2 spots. First, 25 to Higgins with a crash on the left side. And in pockets from Elmhurst Road to the airport. And westbound 190 has delays as well from the Kennedy to the Tri-State. Eden Spur eastbound slow early, Waukegan Road to the Edens. The Eisenhower's 37 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. The Stevenson 47 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of Staples. Staples Print and Marketing Services helps your business promote holiday sales and provides fast turnaround on cards, invitations, even banners and signs. Right now, get 20% off custom holiday cards and invitations. Staples, make more happen. Ends 12/24. More at Staples stores or staples.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Patchy fog for the morning, otherwise a mostly sunny day today with a high 64. Then clouds increase tonight with a low 48. A mix of clouds with a shower around into the early afternoon. Tomorrow, breezy with a high 57 and remaining breezy at night with a low 38. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
44 at O'Hare, 55 along the lakefront, 41 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is a team full of MVPs, and we're in a city of MVPs.
I have spent my career fighting for kids and families, and if you elect me, that's what I'll keep doing.
Right now, she is being protected by a rigged system. You can't review 650,000 new emails in 8 days. You can't do it, folks.
The government of Qatar had been a donor to the foundation, which, as you know, does great work around the world. But they were a donor before Hillary became Secretary of State. This wasn't a change in their position.
It's time to close the history books on the Clintons and to open a bright new chapter focused on the great citizens of our country.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You heard Trump's closing argument there. That was in the RNC weekly address, which they turned over to Trump. Closed the book on the Clintons and opened the book on opportunity for rank-and-file American families. I've got a bit of a different closing argument in addition to the one I'll offer in 60 seconds of sanity form tomorrow. But it's a list I've created.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh.
Tomorrow, Election Day.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, tomorrow's the election.
I understand
Sneaks
that.
up on you.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, it does sneak up. Like we're in Game 7 of the World Series. Well, I feel, that's right. I can't use sports metaphors.
Especially
Only you
Cubs
can.
sports metaphors.
Why? They're still partying at Wrigley Field.
Those are verboten.
There's millions of people there.
Let me offer.
Go home. It's over.
Let me offer a different closing argument. And also,
Yes.
I'd be interested to hear from people who are sitting this out, who are going to sit out the Trump versus Clinton matchup. They're going to vote, but they're going to skip that race because they find both candidates detestable. I know there are people out there like that.
They're already doing that.
Well, right.
Early
312-642-5600. But really, I've scrolled together a list of names, but I need your help. I mean, this is off the top of my head at 3 a.m, so I miss people. And
Oh, so you didn't sleep at all
items.
last night? Because you
Yes.
normally sleep between 2 and 3.
Yes,
Or 3:30, yes.
I wandered around my crypt rather than going to it. All right, so here it is. On Tuesday, it's not so much I'm voting for Donald Trump, but I'm voting against those individuals and those things that have degraded American culture. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Cecile Richards, David Brooks, Lindsey Graham, Surrender First Republicans, predatory leftists, Colin Kaepernick, John Koskinen, Lois Lerner, LeBron James, Islamic theocrats, Zeke Emanuel, Jonathan Gruber, Jay-Z, Cher, The View, The Chew, and The Oxygen Channel, Safe Spaces, Trigger Warnings, Bigot Baiting, Katy Perry, Bob Creamer, Gloria Allred, Wall Street Rent Seekers, Sid Blumenthal, Political Ruling Class, Teachers Unions, Government Workers Unions, Rachel Dolezal, Father John Jenkins, Michael Bloomberg, Jorge Ramos, Illegal Alien Predators, Men Who Wear Mom Jeans, Man Buns, Lena Dunham, Tiny Dancer Rom, Gun Banners, Mark Cuban, Suburban Sophisticated Barbarians, Pseudo-Intellectual Urban Dwellers, the Gender-Neutral Gender-Obsessed, Entitled Millennials, Entitled Baby Boomers, Howard Zinn's History of the United States, Bernie Sanders' Vision for the United States, those who use the vocabulary of America's enemies, Silicon Valley sissies, and dudes in the ladies' room. That's my list. That's who I'm voting against when I vote for Trump tomorrow.
What about Beyonce, John Bon Jovi, and Bruce Springsteen?
All right.
Because, you know,
all let me add
her
them.
campaigns,
All right,
if you
hold
haven't
on.
noticed, her campaigns have turned into rock concerts. I mean, she started out with Beyonce and her girls got up there in pantsuits, you know, like Hillary wars, and did a dance.
All
and
the
then-
single ladies, because it's all the single ladies that's the demographic that is most supportive of Hillary Clinton. That's something to remember. I mentioned it.
And why is it?
All
why,
the single ladies.
Why do single women hate Donald Trump?
Look.
I mean, I've been there.
I know that you look at me and you say, there is the national spokesman for single women. This is somebody who understands how single women think, knows what makes them tick.
With them, single women.
Yes.
As a single man.
No.
You know.
I
But I
don't pretend to know.
I think they're horrified by Trump's language, by his boorish behavior, by his cockiness, and they just don't see him as a leader. And a part of these single women want to be part of a movement, part of something. You know, the first female president. I mean, listen.
Does that have any currency anymore?
I don't know. Even Beyonce, because people are listening to Beyonce. They're not listening to Hillary. They're listening to her.
I want my daughter to grow up seeing a woman lead our country. I'm with her.
It's all about being part of something. Just like, 8 years ago was a part of being, you could look back and tell your grandchildren, I voted for the first African-American president.
Yeah, and then your grandchildren will hate you for all of their days because of what that president wrought on this country. It turns out when you vote for a characteristic rather than policy outcomes, you may be a bit surprised what you get. So all those people voted for Barack Obama. They celebrating Obamacare?
No, they're actually the ones that I know are voting for Trump because they're voting against it. But you think about the millennials, you think about the hipsters that work at Starbucks with the man buns. Ugh. I almost killed one on Saturday. They're low information. They're low information voters.
Thank you. I got it.
And they don't care. They're not reviewing the policy. They're not seeing the pros and cons of each candidate.
All right, Howard Schultz. So thank you for mentioning Starbucks. Got to add him, Howard Schultz, to the list.
And then when people like Beyonce, LeBron James, Katy Perry, they come out. They think, okay, you know what? I don't really like Hillary. I don't trust her, but they like her, and they're telling me to vote for her, so I'm going to vote for her. I think it's game over. Hillary wins because of all these celebrities she's surrounding herself with, because our culture is that dumb that they're just going to glom onto something.
Well, oh, by the way, her opponent is a celebrity, and he's a product of the celebrity culture. Obviously, the Hollywood left is where the Hollywood left always is, with the left. That's why they call them the Hollywood left. The percentage of people that are looking to Beyonce or Jay-Z or Katy Perry in terms of for whom they should vote, that is such an infinitesimal fraction of the electorate as to render it meaningless.
Okay.
That is, I don't think that's what
But
decides
I
this
love
race.
quickly Donald Trump on Saturday.
I didn't have to bring J-Lo or Jay-Z. The only way she gets anybody. I'm here all by myself.
I like it. I like confusing J-Lo with Jay-Z. I wish it was authentic.
Well, the week before is J-Lo. Not that,
Grant in Rockford, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, keep working on them single ladies, but
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyway, I'd like to add to your list of never voting for them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They can get rid of Mark Kirk. They can get rid of Glenn Beck. Anybody who thinks they're so elite or taking them all high ground, they are selling us down to the and our children.
All right, thanks for the call, Grant. Mark Kirk. I was going to add Mark Kirk to the list here. All right, come on, keep helping me with this list. I mean, I think I got a pretty good start here.
Whole Foods.
No, Whole Foods, Mackey, John Mackey, the CEO of Whole Foods. He was one of the first CEOs to step out and oppose Obamacare. Right. Maybe some of the patrons at Whole Foods.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That were the Clinton pins. I'm just trying to buy some organic lettuce. Must I subject me to that?
Yes.
Don't look at me strange because I buy organic lettuce. At least I eat lettuce.
Tom in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning. Thanks for taking my call. Two things. I'll be brief. I wonder if Jay-Z and Beyonce are on board with this income inequality. I wonder if they're willing to give up their millions to help the less fortunate. And by the way, what do a couple singers need more than maybe 40, 50 grand a year anyway for? I don't understand that. And number two, aren't the Cubs owned by a couple of conservative Republicans called the Ricketts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that why they won?
Yeah.
I mean, they were wandering around in the wilderness for 100 years, and they were pathetic losers until a couple Republicans bought the team and put together a winning combination there. So
that's right.
Does that count for anything?
Thanks for the call, Tom. I made that point.
Yeah,
I made that point. And here's what I would say to all of you Cubs fans, which, according to analysis, tend to be pretty far left on the political spectrum. If you like what happened with the Cubs, then you should thank Papa Joe Ricketts, and you should vote like Papa Joe Ricketts on Tuesday. Sharon in Itasca.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. You know, I'm voting basically to stop Hillary, so I voted for Trump. But what bothers me is when the peso hit rock bottom, or I should say it rallied. And what that means is that they assume that with this latest Comey decision with the FBI, that they're not going to find any criminality in what she did, no matter what is obviously here, the facts, that they think that they're going to still be able to dump their ne'er-do-wells on us. And they claim that by plugging up their southern border, so no more ne'er-do-wells come in from South America up through Mexico and invade us, they don't mind getting rid of their troublemakers right here. And we're seeing exactly what it costs us. So this is what bothers me, the presumption that Mexico thinks that America, with just no more than a 2% growth rate over the past, 8 years, $20 trillion in debt, and 10% of our people, how many people are out of work? Mexico is going to be looking at a mirror image of itself while looking at the United States pretty soon if Hillary would actually get in. This is what scares me more than anything, is this immigration thing. And I would just love it if some of these thugs come in illegally and they go to visit a relative or good friend of all of our politicians' home, something bad happens, well, guess what? We should be able to view it on video, not because we're demonic or not because we want to see someone get hurt, but basically to remind ourselves, this is really stupid. I wouldn't want my family member being harmed in this way. But they think that they could put on our heads what they themselves would never accept. And this is why I think we're ruled by tyrants right now. It's really terrible, but that's my comment.
Okay, thanks, Sharon. Greg in Schaumburg.
You were just talking about essentially the Senate and the importance from adding the Kirk vote. Illinois is so important because the question, Dan, do you think we're going to hang on to the Senate?
Yes.
How many votes?
Well, look, I think you'll have at least a couple seat margin. I mean, don't forget we've got Joe Heck, who's well positioned to pick up a seat, Harry Reid's seat in Nevada, so that's a +1. And then I think Kelly Ayotte hangs on. I think North Carolina hangs on. I think there's a chance that Todd Young springs an upset against Evan Bayh in Indiana, and especially with how well Trump is doing in Indiana, and so that would be a hold. So
we'll lose Mark Kirk's seat. Don't you think?
Mark Kirk is gone. Ron Johnson's tight. That's a coin flip. Yeah. So I actually think on the Senate, Republicans are doing better than a lot of people had predicted they would do. I think they'll hold the majority.
Democrats are saying that they're going to pick up 5 Senate seats.
Well, of course they're saying that because they want to. They're good. Of course they're projecting they're going to take over the Senate. I'm saying I disagree. And if you look state by state, Burr in North Carolina, Ayotte, New Hampshire, Heck in Nevada, Toomey in Pennsylvania. I think Toomey holds on. Maybe you spring an upset with Todd Young against Evan Bayh. Maybe you spring a minor upset with Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. It's touch and go, but I think we hang on by a seat or two.
Could we go down Amy's trail for just a quick second?
No. Yes, okay. Of course. Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
But if they were to get control of the Senate, and if Hillary were to win, that pretty much takes impeachment off the table, right?
Correct. Yes.
Then we have a major problem coming in this country.
Yes, then
if that happens,
then we all fly and set up camp in New Zealand. Thanks, Greg.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I can't stop laughing.
I'll see you in Auckland.
At this Tim Kaine story. I mean, how many people showed up for his rally in Florida? It's not even a rally, is it? It's not even a table for two, really.
It's that lightning personality he has. Charismatic.
Here's your forecast for today. Plenty of sunshine, just another gorgeous day. A high of 64 degrees. Then tomorrow for Election Day, folks, don't let the brief showers scare you away from the polling booth. It's going to be cloudy with a passing shower or two, and then breezy in the afternoon, a high in the upper 50s. And on Wednesday, just a beautiful day, plenty of sunshine, a high of 55. Any sun shining on the roadways, I should say. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Maybe somewhere, Amy, but there's a lot of doom and gloom on the roadways at the moment, or at least heavy delays. Eastbound Adams Tollway, I-90, really messy from the Fox River to Barrington Road with a crash on the left shoulder. And it's slow Elmhurst Road most of the way to the Kennedy, really heavy around O'Hare. On the Kennedy itself, looking at 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 14 from Montrose, but 20 in the Express. There was a crash at the base of the Ohio feeder that just cleared. Outbound 38 minutes to the airport, and westbound 190 is bottled up. Really in both directions, from eastbound from River Road to the Kennedy and westbound from the Kennedy to Manheim. The Eisenhower is now 40 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. The Stevenson, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 37. The Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, President and CEO of Precision Payroll of America. I'm reaching out to you today and asking you to take a look at your business relationships from a different angle. Have you ever wondered what organizations and causes your vendors support? I have, and it's eye-opening. Our nation is divided, and normal, traditional values are coming under attack by heavily financed aggressors. I can tell you that we do not and will never support hood and matter. We do support our veterans, our students fighting for truth, and yes, AM 560. If you currently use or need a payroll service, please let's meet. If you have no need, please consider the other advertisers on this station, as we are all fighting the same fight and we need to unite. To work together, call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. On the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's talk, let's meet, let's unite.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Mortgage rates have dropped again. In fact, recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. Now is the time for you to take advantage of these historically low rates and save serious money every month by refinancing your mortgage. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%. APR 3.57%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how far we can lower your mortgage payment. For 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power Empower has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. This ultra-low rate of 3.5% won't last long. So call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
The following is a paid political announcement.
You know who I'm going to miss?
The Rolling Stones?
No, Jack Franks.
Yeah, he served McHenry County for a long time. Good guy.
Yeah, but this new guy running, Steve Reich, he's a great guy too.
Really?
We won't miss a beat with Reich. He knows how to get lower property taxes. That's his field.
Yeah?
And Reich has ideas to grow the economy up here.
You really like Reich.
So did the Northwest Herald and the Chicago Tribune.
Good enough for me. I like Reich too.
I'm Steve Reich, and I'm asking for your vote for state representative in the 63rd District.
Paid for by the House Republican Organization.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, do your dance.
Dan and Amy.
Come on.
No.
Not that you don't want. Not that you can, but you just don't want to.
That's correct. So Tim Kaine.
Oh, it's the best story
Tim
ever.
Kaine campaigning in Florida. I mean,
Yeah.
he really whipped the crowd into a frenzy.
Well, this was Saturday in Fort Myers, Florida. He was speaking at the University of Florida Southwestern State College's Thomas Edison campus. Got that?
Mhm.
And NBC reported that there was a small line. But you want to know what a small line consists of? 1, 2, 3 people.
That is a small line.
3 people
It's
were
actually,
waiting
I
in
don't.
line.
Does 3 people even constitute a line?
No, well, he was speaking in room 102. So go through the doors,
Not
double
the-
doors. It's your room on your right.
Not the auditorium.
No, not the auditorium. Room 102, the milk and cookies. And the line grew to 8 people before the doors opened. I'm not even kidding. 8 people showed up to hear Tim Kaine on Saturday speak. in
Yeah,
Fort
but that,
Myers,
to be
Florida.
to be fair to
Oh.
Tim Kaine, his event was opposite the weekly meeting of the school's AV club, and so that drew a lot of potential attendees.
8 people.
Mm-hmm.
If Hillary Clinton wins, he's 1 heartbeat away from becoming president. 8 people. And also then later in the day, awkward moment, he plays the harmonica, and he was on stage playing the harmonica with Bon Jovi. Oh, so embarrassing. And his jeans were up to here. They're like up to the breastus area.
Yeah.
With a big tight belt.
I told you that was on my list. Men wearing mom jeans was on my list of reasons I'm voting for Trump. Tim Kaine also made the round on the Sunday talk shows to flack for Hillary, so she sent Suburban Dad on the down low to explain that $1 million donation the Clinton Foundation received from Qatar in violation of the memorandum of understanding with the State Department while she was Secretary of State. $1 million she received while she was Secretary of State, now confirmed. Tim Kaine explained that away on Face the Nation, or attempted to.
The Clinton Foundation would alert State Department if anyone gave a donation that was materially different than what they had been giving before Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. The government of Qatar had been a donor to the foundation, which, as you know, does great work around the world before she became Secretary of State. The fact that they are a donor has been known, but they were a donor before Hillary became Secretary of State. This wasn't a change in their position.
Yeah. Boy, that
really changed my mind.
If that isn't Clintonian, then I don't know what is. The Memorandum of Understanding, which I have here, dated December 18, 2008, speaks to not fundraising during the period upon confirmation of Hillary as Secretary of State. There is a section that said, Section 2, if you will, in anticipation of Clinton's nomination and confirmation, the foundation will publish its contributors this year. During any service by Senator Clinton as Secretary of State, the foundation will publish annually the names of new contributors. So there's some parsing in the actual MOU as well. Whether they were a prior donor or not is kind of immaterial. The idea of soliciting funds from foreign governments while you're Secretary of State, number one, is bad practice. Number two, this artfully worded document kind of violates the spirit of that bad practice and provides an out of sorts so that a hack like Tim Kaine could go on and make that specious argument on Sunday talk shows. But it just reminds people in the last 48 hours that Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, sold our government to the highest bidder, sold our government to foreign governments, many foreign governments that don't have the interests of America at heart. And now you want to elevate that to the Oval Office? I think that's worthy of some reflection.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chuck Spaveri, CEO of Spaveri's Custom Counters, a Chicagoland manufacturer of residential and commercial countertops. If there's a local commercial bank who knows how to get a deal done, it's Signature Bank. When my brother and I needed it, Signature Bank came through with a creative financing solution. That's because Signature Bank has experience working with companies like ours, a second-generation, family-owned and operated manufacturer. Our business matters to Signature Bank, and that comes through in every visit and every phone call with their team, right up to the bank's co-founders, Kevin, Mick, and Brian. Spaveri's is proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
If Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's all over. So can he? We'll put that question to the former chairman of the Pennsylvania State Republican Party at 6:36.
And later, were there really 5 million people at the Chicago Cubs World Series celebration?
No.
First, let's go to the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Outside, we have clear skies, 50 along the lakefront, officially 44 at O'Hare. FBI Director James Comey telling Congress that after reviewing some of the newly discovered Hillary Clinton emails, the Bureau at the moment remains opposed to bringing any criminal charges.
We are glad to see that as we were, that he has found, as we were confident that he would, that he has confirmed the conclusions that he really reached in July, and we're glad that this matter is resolved.
Clinton Campaign Communications Director Jennifer Palmieri. Republican Vice Presidential candidate Mike Pence says Americans don't want Hillary Clinton in the White House because her family has a history of playing fast and loose with ethics.
The American people know no one is above the law. We commend the FBI for following the facts and reopening the investigation. But I think this is part of the way the American people need to count the costs in this election.
Speaking on Fox News Sunday, the Indiana governor says the investigation has Clinton on the defensive. One of the Clinton administration's most recognizable and polarizing figures has died after a battle with Parkinson's disease. Janet Reno was the first woman to take office as U.S. Attorney General, faced criticism for the deadly raid on the Branch Davidian compound, as well as the seizure of Elian Gonzalez. No serious injuries reported in central Oklahoma after a strong earthquake struck last night. A magnitude 5.0 quake located near Cushing, about 55 miles northeast of Oklahoma City.
We did have a senior assisted living facility located in our downtown area, and this is the location where most of the damage seems to be centered. There has been no known damage to the northern or the eastern portion of Cushing to our knowledge.
The law enforcement community in Georgia mourning the loss of one of their own after a sheriff's deputy was shot and killed yesterday evening in Peach County. Jury selection set to begin today in the trial of a man accused of killing 9 inside a Charleston, South Carolina church. Self-described white supremacist Dylan Roof is charged in federal court. A man is dead following a bus crash on Chicago's west side. Frank Davis was driving a car yesterday morning that collided with a private bus on West Congress Parkway. And a $5,000 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest following a deadly shooting in Aurora. Blackhawks top Dallas 4-3 in OT. Bulls battling the Magic tonight. The news a service of Staples. Staples print and marketing services helps your business promote holiday sales and provides fast turnaround on cards, invitations, banners, and signs. Right now, get 20% off custom holiday cards and invites. Staples, make more happen. Ends 12/24. More at Staples stores or staples.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager came away with a firm belief following the last presidential debate.
Nothing happened last night except the reinforcement in me that there is no excuse not to vote for Donald Trump if you are a Republican. I actually do believe he's a finer human being in all ways than she is. He is measurably a better human being than she is. He has finer character.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're looking to relieve symptoms or support your well-being, head to Walgreens for brands you need like Advil, Centrum, Emergency, and Nexium 24-Hour and take your health in your own hands. It's your wellness. Own it.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dan Patlak, your taxpayer advocate, and Citizens for Dan Patlak paid for this ad.
Dan Patlak is gaining support. The Daily Herald says he speaks with youthful energy and passion about the agency's mission of assuring fairness to all. Patlak approaches the job not so much like a politician, but as a commissioner whose responsibility is to rule the way the evidence and numbers tell him to rule. The Chicago Tribune says Patlak is smart and diligent, and he tries to keep the system fair. The Sun-Times says Patlak has the better professional credentials. Dan Patlak promised and delivered improvements at our Board of Tax Review. Online appeals, online evidence submission, over 200 assessment appeal seminars to educate taxpayers about the appeal process, and increasing transparency with all decisions available on the Board of Review website.
I appreciate the editorials, but the most important endorsement is yours on Election Day. With your vote on November 8th, I will fight unfair assessments and keep the Board of Review responsive to regular folks. I'm Dan Patlak. It is my privilege to serve you. Thank you.
6:37 AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim.
Mike, the eastbound Eden spur is jammed solid from Waukegan Road to the Edens. Then delays resume at Glenview Road. It's 26 minutes like Cook to Montrose outbound 21. Kennedy, 37 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, heavier in the express. Outbound 24 minutes to Montrose, 57 to O'Hare, and 190 has delays in both directions at the airport. The Eisenhower's 47 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 41. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed, 31 to Beverly. Then from the Tri-State to River Road Toll. The Tri-State now with delays, 95th to 83rd. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic service of Hum by Verizon. Hum by Verizon is the technology designed to make your car smarter, safer, and more connected. It's easy. Just plug it in. You'll get vehicle diagnostics, emergency assistance, vehicle location, and more. Get some peace of mind and a smarter, safer, more connected car. Visit hum.com now. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and mild today, 64. It is 44 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan and Amy? So continuing to add to my list of people I'm voting against when I vote for Trump tomorrow. I can't believe I left him off. Robbie Mook.
Oh, you don't say it, Robbie Mook. You go, Robbie Mook.
Mook. Yeah, so I will add that to the list when I update it. We'll continue to update this list all morning. It's growing. It's growing. All the people who have degraded American culture we want to include to give you a reason to think beyond just the binary choice of Clinton or Trump and think of all of the other ne'er-do-wells you could be voting against and feel good about doing so. Now, we've seen in the last several days, and particularly over the weekend, Michigan tightening up, thus the need for Hillary Clinton to go to Detroit twice in the last 4 days of the campaign.
Oh, yeah. And then tonight, Donald Trump added it around midnight. He's going back to Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
They just added that to his schedule.
All the Rust Belt states tightening up in play, including Pennsylvania. Now, the RCP average still has Hillary with a couple of point lead, but that has narrowed considerably. Of course, Trump wins Pennsylvania, then that means Pat Toomey almost certainly retains his Senate seat, which is important for the Republican control of the Senate. And if he wins Pennsylvania, then it's game over. Then he probably wins an electoral blowout at minimum. And for more on this, we're pleased to be joined, this being what's happening in Pennsylvania, we're pleased to be joined by Alan Novak. He's a former former Pennsylvania State Republican Party chairman. Mr. Novak, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Glad to be with you.
Well, so give us your sense of what's happening on the ground in Pennsylvania. Now, we've seen this last few cycles of the idea that Pennsylvania may be in play, and then it kind of stretches out for the Democrats at the end. Seems like the reverse is happening this cycle, but is Pennsylvania really in play for Trump? You think he can win it?
Well, it depends on the numbers out of Philadelphia. And this morning, over the weekend, and at the end of last week, we had a public transit strike.
Right.
And, of course, that had the Democrats very, very anxious about Philadelphia turnout. Because Philadelphia turnout, the Democrats have been worried about it. That's why Clinton and Obama and so many Democrat A-listers have been in Philadelphia the last few days, including tonight. She's going to be back in tonight.
And isn't President Obama joining her tonight and a bunch of rock stars?
Yeah, Katy Perry and Stevie Wonder. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops. And here's the reason. Because in the 12 election, Romney lost Philadelphia by 500,000 votes. And then when you add the collar counties around Philadelphia, that number became closer to 575. And around the rest of the state, Romney made up close to 300,000. He lost the state by 300,000. So the magic number is about 400 to 425,000 in Philadelphia. If the number that Hillary Clinton carries Philadelphia by is less than that, there's a chance to pull Pennsylvania off for this reason. In the in the northeast part of Pennsylvania, which usually is Democrats, Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, Hazleton, that's Trump territory this time. That's the classic blue collar. Those are the Rust Belt type of towns in Pennsylvania that are becoming part of the Trump coalition. Western Pennsylvania, which may be Democrat in its registration, but it's been voting Republican, is on fire for Trump. And central Pennsylvania is reliable Republican vote. So really it's about Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs and whether or not that number is sufficient. It's under 500,000 when you get out of those five counties. There's enough potentially to make up the difference in the rest of Pennsylvania.
Can you imagine how much Stevie Wonder wants Hillary Clinton to win, that he's willing to defile himself and perform with Katy Perry? Let me ask you another question, Alan, about Philadelphia, since that's kind of the focus and, minimizing the damage coming out of Philadelphia. What about the minority turnout there, particularly the black turnout, where we're hearing certainly places like Chicago that it doesn't seem like there's the same enthusiasm for Hillary Clinton that there was for Barack Obama. And if that's the case in Philadelphia, then it seems that it redounds to Trump's benefit.
That is absolutely the case, and that's the reason why all the powers that be pushed very hard into the wee hours of the morning to get that transit strike settled, because they were concerned that would further depress vote turnout in Philadelphia, not having public transportation, the buses, the subways, and the elevators.
Yeah, that's interesting. So they gave away the store to get that done. That sounds very Chicagoan. With respect to Philly and Pennsylvania, obviously Republican control of the Senate is also important. Does Pat Toomey win regardless of whether Trump or Hillary wins Pennsylvania?
Well, the conventional wisdom is it's a tied race right now, and that if the presidential race stays under 5 points in Pennsylvania, he should win.
Now,
she won't have a coattail beyond 7. If Pennsylvania is as close as I believe it is, I think Pat Toomey wins.
Well, and let me ask you one other thing. The Attorney General of Pennsylvania, who's on her way to prison, does a local issue like that impact these federal and national races at all? Does that kind of change people's opinion about Democrats and corruption at all, that it could impact these races?
Around the edges, not that much. We do have an attorney general race occurring this time, and the Democrats have a pretty strong candidate in a county commissioner from around Philadelphia. The fact that Kathleen Kane went to prison just a couple weeks ago is playing out big time at the end of that race, as you would imagine, with the television commercials.
Well, don't forget our favorite Congressman Shaka Fattah.
Oh yeah, Shaka Fattah.
Also from Pennsylvania. He's gone away this cycle too.
Yeah, we've really distinguished ourselves in Pennsylvania for you all to know so much about us.
And Pennsylvania is such an important state, too, because you don't have early voting. So considering what's happening with Hillary Clinton and James Comey, the first letter and now the second letter clearing her, that's, so it's day of in Pennsylvania.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons they've concentrated so much on Pennsylvania and now Michigan, they being the Clinton and Obama teams, because they have tightened, and it really is about Election Day turnout. There hasn't been a real robust absentee ballot effort, and usually the Republicans do better in that, or absentee ballot efforts. So that's why the emphasis, the tightening polls, and the fact that there's no gauge other than what the polls say about voter enthusiasm. There's no early voting gauge.
All right, we're 24 hours out now, so we're going to force everybody to make a prediction. Alan Novak, former Pennsylvania State Republican Party chairman. What happens tomorrow in Pennsylvania?
I think Trump wins Pennsylvania by about 10,000 votes, which is a percentage of a percent.
All right,
I think it could be that close.
Okay.
We're calling the election based on Alan Novak. We're the first to call the election. Trump is your next president of the United States. Alan Novak, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you all. Have a good day.
And he's the former chairman of the Pennsylvania Republican Party, and he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I thought we were going to sing Shaka Fattah.
Shaka Fattah.
Shaka Fattah.
Let me rock you. Let me rock you. Shaka Fattah. Let me rock you. That's all I want to do in federal prison.
Forecast for today. Plenty of sunshine for Shaka Fattah. No, plenty of sunshine for us here in Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. It's going to be mild, a high of 64 degrees. And tomorrow, Election Day. Election Day. Plan accordingly. We're going to have some passing showers. No big deal. It's going to be cooler. Breezy in the afternoon. A high of 57 degrees. Any drama on the roadways? Any songs being played? Here's Jim Telemonte. Shaka Fattah. Shaka Fattah.
Plenty of time to do it, Amy. Eastbound Eden Spur. Just a parking lot right now. From Waukegan Road to the Eden, so then it's heavy on the Edens, too, from Gulf Road to the Junction. 31 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 23. The Kennedy, already 46 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Now quicker than the Express. Outbound 56 minutes to the airport, and 190 has delays in both directions. The Eisenhower's 52 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. 37 from Manheim. Outbound 43 to Thorndale. Stevenson. Rough, an hour and 3 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 49 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 39 minutes to 355. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop 424. Eastbound Adams Tollway stop and go 31 to Beverly with a new crash to the left side. And then it's heavy as well, approaching the Kennedy. That's traffic, AM 560, The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Government officials on alert against a possible terrorist attack. An Alabama gas pipeline is back in business, and Uber now legal in Pennsylvania. Those stories are next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. Attention investors, your IRA or your 401k may be at risk again. The 2008 crash wiped out up to 50% of IRAs and 401ks. Can you afford to lose again? What if you could store IRA or 401k savings where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? With the Augusta Gold or Silver IRA, you transfer a portion of retirement savings into physical coins you can actually see and get fast in case of any disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today for a free gold and silver IRA guide. No obligation. Augusta Precious Metals, A+ Better Business Bureau rating, 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993. One more time, 1-855-222-6993.
Officials in New York, Texas, and Virginia on high alert in advance of tomorrow's elections due to unspecified threats of terrorist attacks on businesses and attempts to disrupt the 2016 election. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey has patrols already in place at bridges, tunnels, and airports. Full service is expected to be restored today at the gasoline pipeline in Alabama, which exploded and burst into flames a week ago. The pipeline transports gasoline from the Gulf Coast to New York City. A new Pennsylvania law allowing ride-sharing companies such as Uber and Lyft to begin operating legally in the state. Democratic Governor Tom Wolf signed that bill on Friday, saying Uber drivers could deliver $2 million annually to the Philadelphia School District. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing mortgage? Then you need to do what I did and call David Hochberg over there at Pearl Mortgage. Today, meet Kim. She wrote that she listens to David all the time on the radio and hoped that he can help her 80-year-old mother refinance her Des Plaines condo. She owes $170,000. Her rate is over 6%. Credit is good. She receives Social Security, and the monthly payments are killing her. Her mom would like to refinance, but she's not working, and her condo isn't FHA approved, so she can't do a reverse mortgage. I hope you can help my mom lower her payments. Well, David is working with Kim and her mother to refinance into a lower rate and substantially reduce her payment. If you'd like to see if David can reduce the rate of your loan or one of your family members' loans, then call David now. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, but guess what? He can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. So you get yourself one of those blood tests with all the poking and prodding. They're always looking for some kind of bad news. Most blood tests these days are very lacking, only screening you for the big, bad, and ugly diseases. And with you never really getting the good news or even knowing what to do with the not so good news. So let me tell you about our dirt cheap comprehensive blood test. First of all, we'll be testing a wide variety of different health factors and not just the ugly few. And then we're going to sit down with you and strategize with all that we learned from your blood test findings. And I promise that you're going to know more about what you can do to help improve your health using a more natural, common sense approach. And for over 33 years, we've been very successful at setting people free from their toxic medications. It's our dirt cheap comprehensive blood test. Call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. That's 800-794-1855. Be sure to tune into Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, here it is, Shakavada.
I hope he can hear that all the way in federal prison. Dan and Amy, all right, so Friday's Cubs celebration parade and all that jazz.
Did you go?
No, of course not.
Oh.
Played golf.
Well, they're saying that
far away from it as possible.
They're saying that 5 million people went, and I don't think those numbers are quite that accurate.
Seventh largest gathering in human history. Largest gathering in the history of the United States, according to Cubs fans.
Well, I remember back in 2005 with the World Series White Sox winners. How many people went to that parade?
It was like a Tim Kaine event.
3 or 4.
No,
they had about 750,000.
I don't know.
That's because I remember I covered it, and I have to tell you, I went to the parade. There were not 5 million people there. If you think about the city of Chicago and the surrounding counties.
Well, Cook County is 5 million people.
Okay, well,
Cook County's 5 million
right,
people.
but I'm saying if you have people from Kane and DuPage
sure.
that came in, there's no way in the world that added up to 5 million people. I mean, there's about 500,000 around Wrigley, about 500,000 on Michigan Avenue on the Mag Mile, and then 1 million at Grand Park. And they even turned people away because they didn't want to ruin the grass.
Yeah, let me apply the Proft sour grapes crowd density method that I derived.
Okay, do you take the grid and then count how many people?
Yeah, this is from my my work, Punitive Offsets and Northside's Sports Celebrations, Journal of Bitter White Sox Fans.
Okay.
I'll make sure to leave you a copy.
Please.
I got the figure 4.85.
4.85? No, I think there are 2 million people there. But one person that was a crowd pleaser for me, I just want to get this in, Ben Zobrist, MVP.
Yes.
Last year, he won the World Series with the Kansas City Royals. He and his wife, both children of evangelical preachers. And he invoked God. He talked about God and how he prayed so hard to become a Chicago Cub.
Look, I've been blessed far more than I ever deserved or expected in this game. God has given a lot to me, and I'm so thankful for that. He gave me the opportunity to hold a trophy just like that last year and hoist it up. And I thought, how can I ever top this? And then I started thinking about Chicago. I started thinking about Wrigley Field, 108 years, and I said, I want to be part of that. So I promise you, I prayed during free agency last year to be a Chicago Cub. Thankfully, God and the Cubs, thank you, Theo, made it happen.
Cheering, praying, and God. Boy, that was a momentous event. Maybe if they repeat, they can chase the 10 million people, 10 million totalitarians that showed up for Ayatollah Khomeini's funeral in Iran in 1989.
Read the book. Zobrist is from Eureka, Illinois. He and his wife wrote a book called Double Play. And that's what I want for my birthday, Dan.
Done.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University online.
Business owners and managers, you likely aren't getting the most out of your phone system. And whether you realize it or not, you could be losing revenue. At AM 560, Innovative Networks is more than a client. They're also a company we work with and highly recommend. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing network solutions that scale with our business. And amazingly, they can replace your outdated phone system at no cost. Plus, provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. Your bottom line will improve, and you'll be better equipped to focus on growing your business. We're thrilled with Innovative Networks and suggest you call them at 312-889-9090. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now 800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The curious career of Jim Comey. We'll talk to Ron Hosko, former FBI Assistant Director, about Comey's announcement yesterday at 7:07.
And later, just looky here. Look who's in control of Trump's tweets. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, protesters clash over a deadly police shooting in Chicago and a deadly shooting being investigated in Aurora. Blackhawks beat the Stars in OT. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It's Election Eve. Finally.
I want to be the president for all Americans.
Hillary Clinton will go to Pennsylvania twice and Michigan, then hold a midnight rally in North Carolina. Donald Trump campaigned after midnight this morning in Virginia, again calling the media dishonest.
They followed me around all over the place. They're exhausted. Look at that. See the cameras? They're sagging.
He'll hit the same states as her today, and Florida, and New Hampshire, and Trump's again calling things rigged after the latest FBI announcement. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, FBI Director James Comey is sticking with his decision not to recommend charges against Clinton in her email case after agents reviewed recently discovered messages on Anthony Weiner's laptop. The Clinton campaign is pleased, but says the issue could have been resolved sooner. Donald Trump reacted at a campaign rally in Michigan.
Hillary Clinton is guilty. She knows it. The FBI knows it. The people know it.
Comey's follow-up letter to Congress came a little more than a week after he informed lawmakers the agency was looking at new evidence. Dave.
There are poll numbers out this morning, Rachel. Some have Trump with a slight lead nationally. Others have Clinton ahead nationally. A Quinnipiac poll this morning out of Florida has Clinton up by 1. North Carolina, Clinton with a 2-point edge over Trump. Schools are closed, and they're assessing damage in Cushing, Oklahoma. The morning after an earthquake, a magnitude 5.
The whole movie house just shook and moved for maybe about 3-4 minutes.
There was some damage to buildings in Cushing, but no major injuries. No reports of any problems at the huge oil storage facilities there. A Georgia sheriff's deputy is in a hospital this morning, critically wounded in a shooting that left another deputy dead last night as they responded to a call from ATV and motorcycle riders who said someone threatened them with a gun. The shooter was then shot by other law enforcement and is hospitalized. Former Attorney General Janet Reno has died, the first woman to ever do that job. Reno died at home in Miami this morning at age 78. She'd suffered complications of Parkinson's disease. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunrise in Chicago, 45 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man is dead following a bus crash on the city's west side. Frank Davis Jr. was driving a car, yesterday that collided with a private bus in the 3800 block of West Congress Parkway. Officials in Kane County say they continue to investigate a weekend traffic collision that left 2 teenagers dead. Sheriff's Department tells us the collision happened late Saturday afternoon, and the 2 teens were killed. They were driving a pickup that rolled past a stop sign into the path of a semi-tractor trailer that, according to sheriffs, had the right of way. The driver of that semi-tractor trailer, 60-year-old Jack Kruger of Burlington, received medical treatment at the scene. Chicago police say a 25-year-old Indiana man was fatally shot by authorities after a road rage incident. Police say Joshua Beal of Indianapolis was shot to death Saturday afternoon after failing to drop a gun when confronted by an off-duty police officer and a police sergeant. Beal's sister, Courtney Boxley, says members of her family had left a Southside cemetery in a funeral caravan when a car cut off their vehicle. Police spokesman Anthony Guglielmi says an off-duty officer was involved in the brawl, as was a police sergeant. He said both officers fired at Beal and will be placed on administrative duty for 30 days. A $5,000 reward is being offered for information that will lead to an arrest following a deadly shooting in Aurora. Samuel Smith Jr. was found early yesterday with a gunshot wound in his home. He was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital, while Smith's girlfriend was the only other person in the house at the time of the incident. Chicago sports. Blackhawks beat Dallas in OT 4-3, the game winner for Marian Hossa. Bulls battle the Magic tonight at the UC. And the news, a service of CNN's Election Night in America. This is it, Election Night in America, and no one covers elections like CNN. For every race, every result, watch Election Night in America, Tuesday on CNN. 7:04 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you realize there's collusion everywhere when it involves the Clintons?
The Sean Hannity Show.
That's the word. You got collusion, the Clinton campaign and the Justice Department. You've got collusion, Clinton campaign and the White House. Because why? Oh, maybe we should hold back these emails between Obama and Clinton because Obama, we got to clean up his mess. Don't you get sick of being lied to?
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
These days, you gotta have a side hustle. And I'm not talking about a 9-to-5. I'm talking about driving with Uber. It's the ultimate side hustle. You wanna earn extra money? Drive with Uber. Have a few spare hours here and there? Drive with Uber. You like the idea of being your own boss? Drive with Uber. You'd make a great boss. You're probably driving right now. You should be earning. If you want your car to start making you money, then visit uber.com/drive now and get your side hustle on today. That's uber.com/drive now.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%, APR 3.57%. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. So lock in this ultra-low rate before it goes back up. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
7:05. Let's get an update on the roads. In our AM 560 traffic center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Like the inbound Kennedy is just a mess. There was an earlier crash at the base of the Ohio feeder, but it's jammed all the way in. An hour and 12 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 30 minutes from Montrose, 27 on the express. Outbound 34 minutes to Montrose, an hour and 2 minutes to the airport. There are still delays on 190 in both directions. Eden Spur eastbound delays start at Waukegan Road, and it's 33 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to the post office, 43 minutes from Manheim, outbound 48 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 46 minutes. Ryan is 24 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, bumper to bumper. Southwest Highway to 47th. Then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed. From the Elgin Toll to Beverly and lead to the Des Plaines Oasis. Veterans Memorial heavy from the Boughton Toll to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny and mild, high of 64. Tonight, increasing clouds, low 48. Then a mix of clouds tomorrow, cooler with a shower around into the early afternoon. Then breezy in the afternoon with a high tomorrow of 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
44 at O'Hare, 50 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update comes your way at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is a team full of MVPs, and we're in a city of MVPs.
I have spent my career fighting for kids and families, and if you elect me, that's what I'll keep doing.
Right now, she is being protected by a rigged system. You can't review 650,000 new emails in 8 days. You can't do it, folks.
The government of Qatar had been a donor to the foundation, which, as you know, does great work around the world. But they were a donor before Hillary became Secretary of State. This wasn't a change in their position.
It's time to close the history books on the Clintons and to open a bright new chapter focused on the great citizens of our country.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So Jim Comey releases a statement. It wasn't a statement. It was a letter to Congress, just like you did a week ago Friday, yesterday afternoon.
A second letter surprise.
Since my letter, the FBI investigative team has been working around the clock to process and review a large volume of emails from a device obtained in connection with an unrelated criminal investigation, wrote Comey. During that process, we reviewed all of the communications that were to or from Hillary Clinton while she was Secretary of State. Based on our review, we have not changed our conclusions that we expressed in July with respect to Secretary Clinton. And, of course, the Clinton campaign said, yeah, of course, like we said. I wonder if now Comey will accede to Hillary Clinton's demand and she'll renew the demand to release all the emails. We've only got, of the 55,000 emails that took them 6 months to review, 6 to 8 months to review before their July announcement, only a few hundred have been released. Let's release all the emails then. Well, there's unanimity. Hillary Clinton wanted the emails released, these new emails on Mr. and Mrs. Carlos Danger's computer. I'd like to see them released, too. And I'd like to see Jim Comey resign. I'm probably not going to get that, at least not until after tomorrow. But the idea of being able to comb through some percentage of 650,000 emails in about 6 days, plausible?
Well, that's what Donald Trump argued last night in Virginia.
Well, I think it's a legitimate question, and to help us with legitimate answers, we're joined by former FBI Assistant Director, now the president of the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund. He is Ron Hosko. Ron, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning. So when we spoke to you last week, we talked a little bit about this, the 650,000, and you can dedupe and you can do searches to narrow in on the universe of relevant emails. But even still, even if it's 10% of 650,000, a smaller percentage, you would think there's attachments and content that you would want to review, and it's not just one person reviewing it. If there's something interesting that goes up the food chain, is it credible that all related emails could have been reviewed in such a short period of time?
Yeah, I think so. I suspect that what the FBI did for the first round of this investigation was build the machine to ingest these, to take a look at them with automation, and when they found suspect emails that included what they believed to be classified information, some form of classified, that's what was circulated to other relevant parties in the intelligence community to get a consensus as to whether they were in fact classified, should be classified. And now I think they're in a position where the machine has been built. The machine can compare stack A versus stack B and essentially say, okay, X percentage of it has been seen before. Maybe it's the entirety of what was handed over before as either is not in this stack or has been seen before. And that can, of course, shorten the review period, as can personal emails to other unrelated parties, as can, Weiner's emails and Weiner's communications himself that may be irrelevant as it relates to Hillary Clinton.
So FBI Director, pardon?
I think automation is a big part of the answer.
But 650,000 emails, I mean, some people were saying that this was going to take a year, that this investigation could take that long. So now does it mean that it's closed? Because Comey said that he wasn't going to come out and discuss it until the investigation was concluded. So does that mean it's over?
Yeah, that would be my supposition as it relates to Hillary Clinton. Now, what he has not said is how does this change things with regard to Huma Abedin? Is there something different there? Does it implicate others that are collateral players that aren't Hillary Clinton? But what he is saying seems to me very narrowly defined, and it relates to what they found regarding Hillary Clinton. Is there some smoking gun that they missed the first time? I would say obviously not. And I think, too, with this director, he's committed himself to this transparency with Congress on these cases as they are closed. I think we are likely to hear more about what they might have found, what they didn't find, and what the volume was. That may answer our questions.
What about the Clinton Foundation? Do we have any sense of, because you have conflicting reports of whether there is an ongoing investigation into the Clinton Foundation and whether that is, I guess whether it's ongoing or whether there ever was one. I mean, it's bizarre.
Yeah, my sense that is guided by my experience and some, counsel from associates is there has been an ongoing investigation. There is an ongoing investigation there was this recent dust-up about whether the deputy director, this is the person whose wife had received campaign contributions from the Virginia governor's campaign.
Hudzik.
That there was that he or someone else or DOJ had told the investigators to shut it down to conclude, and I'm under the belief that absolutely didn't happen. That there was a dispute, a difference of agreement with DOJ about the degree of predication, about the quality of information they had back early this year, but that there was no stand-down order given. I do believe there are ongoing investigations in multiple offices. And frankly, I believe that the foundation, the intersection of money and power, Clinton style, is what's at the core of this email debacle that she has created for herself. What she wasn't trying to do was, in my mind, conceal State Department records. It was to conceal the nexus between what her activities were at state and donors to the foundation and what she was doing in exchange. So, the email investigation itself may be closed, but it may have a very close connection to what's going on with the foundation investigation.
Well, okay, so, I said Hudzik. That's the guy at Justice who's John Podesta's good buddy and former legal representation. You were talking about McCabe, the assistant director at the FBI whose wife ran for Senate, got a bunch of money from McAuliffe, right, just to keep all the players here separate and accurate. But if the email matter with respect to Hillary is done and there's no smoking gun, but yet the emails relate to the intersection or melding of the Clinton Foundation and the State Department, then how could one not be germane to the other?
Well, I think one is absolutely germane to the other. I suspect there are relevant emails on the devices that Mills and Samuelson handed over to the FBI. There are going to be relevant communications on there, but there's a lot more work to do. This is, a sprawling enterprise that even charity assessment firms are trying to wrap their mind around without much success to understand what they do, how the money is received and spent. So, it's going to be a challenge for even seasoned fraud and white-collar investigators to build a timeline. And I don't think, one of the difficulties here is, of course, the FBI is looking for a smoking gun. Of course, they're looking for that very, very credible insider who can lay the whole thing out and paint it as a criminal conspiracy, a racketeering enterprise. But the difficulty of doing that, you're talking about insiders who have worked with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton for years, if not decades. So, they're unlikely to have that smoking gun conversation either in person or on an email exchange, because they know how they do business. They don't have to talk about it.
Yeah, but I mean, but that calls into question the immunity deals that were granted. Now, this is through Justice, not the FBI. But the idea is if you get to the principal by working up the food chain, and the FBI and Justice seemed disinclined to do that.
Yeah, so I think there's some bad information about the immunity deals. A couple of them were for some of these IT guys who basically the machinery for Clinton. And for Mills and Samuelson, my understanding is those were very, very narrow grants of immunity, essentially to produce the laptops that contained their work product, the reviews of all the emails. That's very narrow. That's for the active production.
Yeah, but
so
it was still unnecessary.
Or others.
That was still unnecessary. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that to get Mills's computer.
Right. I think that what the FBI wanted to do here was speed up the active production so they could move quickly in the investigation. And I believe that's their position today, that with the IT guys and both with Mills and Samuelson, that moved the investigation forward. They lost really nothing in their ability to prosecute if they found other criminality, so that they traded away nothing and they were able to move quicker through the investigation.
The only thing I would say to that, Ron, though, is a subpoena would have put a lot of pressure on them, public pressure, political pressure to produce. But anyway, go ahead.
I don't disagree. Look, I've worked criminal cases my entire career. Our first move was go get a grand jury number, ask the prosecutor for a stack of subpoenas, and go get about your work.
Yeah.
That is the routine. The FBI went down a different path here. They were really treating this initially as a counterintelligence matter. That's who investigated it, was the counterintelligence side of the FBI. And they went down a different road with the National Security Division folks at DOJ. I do believe there were subpoenas issued, though.
All right. So moving on quickly, our buddy Brett Baer over at Fox News, he had reported last Wednesday that Hillary Clinton faced a likely indictment as a result of the FBI investigation in the Clinton Foundation, and that, an unsecured server for foreign countries were able to hack into that. Turned out to be a false report, but is the
you recast it. I wouldn't call it a false report.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I wanted to ask Ron. Is there any validity to this story?
I think there is a massive volume of disinformation, of bad information, of political spin in this case. There has been from the start. One side or the other will pick it up and they'll run with it. And, friends of mine, and to include, there's a mutiny going on inside the FBI. Nothing could be further from the truth. Are there voices of dissent in how the email case was investigated, undertaken? In the director's comments in July, yes, there were some voices of dissent.
Mm-hmm.
But I will tell you, the folks that I'm talking to, there is no stacks, and this has been publicly reported. There are stacks of resignations on Comey's desk waiting for him to sign. People are turning their back to him as he walks down the hallway. That people want him out. They're disrespecting him in the halls of the Hoover Building. None of that is true. A published report that's been recirculated, a former executive assistant director who was part of the investigation, that he left in disgust with how the case was going. He left because he was eligible to kids headed to college or in college. He had a great job offer, and it was time to go.
All right, okay, Rob, let me ask you one other question, because a lot of the supposition when Comey issued his letter a week ago Friday was, well, he's got to have something, otherwise he wouldn't do this 10 days before an election. The idea that he would go on a fishing expedition, as it were, without knowing or having some indication of what was going to be contained in those new emails, does that strike you as odd?
I suspect, and I'll use this analogy. If police officers are executing a drug search warrant and they knock down the door of a house, and as they're searching for drugs, they go into the back bedroom and they find a couple of bodies. Typically, what they will do is back out. They will get another search warrant to expand the scope of the original and start their process fresh. But they have not unseen the bodies, right? They've seen them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the case here, where when the FBI first got to look at what came off of these devices of Wieners, somebody had a look and a sense of, and whether that is, through automation, looking at the metadata. The FBI has very sophisticated tools. They can take your cell phone, hook it up to a device, and put your communications in neat little buckets that tell me how often Ron talked to John and Ron talked to Jane and Jane talked to, Ron talked to Steve, and have a sense, without doing the deeper dive into the actual context, they can get a good sense of what's in there. And I think that's where they were when he made his announcement, that they had a whiff of the volume and that there were a large volume of communications between Abedin and Clinton. And that was enough to say, I need to inform Congress.
All right.
That's my belief.
Although it wasn't so long ago that they were putting the screws to Apple to unlock a terrorist's cell phone. But anyway, Ron Hoskow, former FBI Assistant Director, the President of the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund. Ron, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great to talk to you. Yeah.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of brilliant sunshine today, a mild, a high of 64 degrees. Then tomorrow for Election Day. That's right, tomorrow your voice will be heard. It's going to be cloudy, cooler with a passing shower. Breezy in the afternoon, a high of 57. Let's get those travel times. Hopefully they're not high. Here's Jim Telemonte.
They're very high, Amy. The Kennedy is an hour and 17 minutes O'Hare to downtown. It's 31 minutes from Montrose, 26 in the Express. The worst of it is before Montrose. Outbound, an hour downtown to the airport. Edens, 37 minutes Lake Cook to the Junction. Outbound, 26. The Ike, an hour and 8 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, 57 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 45 minutes. Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, very slow, 111th to 47th. Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, slow eastbound. The Elgin Toll to Beverly Road after a crash. Westbound, it's jammed. The Tri-State to the Des Plaines Oasis with a crash in the left lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. And, I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
I know a perfect holiday gift. Did you guess? Yes, it's a MyPillow, and MyPillow will extend the money-back guarantee through March. Plus, if you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second one and 2 additional Go Anywhere pillows for free. So you're actually getting 4 pillows for the price of only 1, plus that extended money-back guarantee. It is the best offer ever. The National Sleep Foundation made MyPillow their official pillow. I love it because it's washable. Yeah, I washed my pillows over the weekend. It kills germs that can cause allergies, acne, and asthma when you wash the pillow. And you'll sleep better. So visit MyPillow.com. Click the Radio Listener Special tab and use the promo code Amy. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of 1, plus that extended money-back guarantee. Here's what you do. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. 800-489-0201. Get a MyPillow and start sleeping better.
This is a test. WIND is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming, already in progress.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. Best thing I ever got in my. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Call now, 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
The following is a paid political announcement.
You know who I'm going to miss?
The Rolling Stones?
No, Jack Franks.
Yeah, he served McHenry County for a long time. Good guy.
Yeah, but this new guy running, Steve Reich, he's a great guy too.
Really?
We won't miss a beat with Reich. He knows how to get lower property taxes. That's his field.
Yeah?
And Reich has ideas to grow the economy up here.
You really like Reich.
So did the Northwest Herald and the Chicago Tribune.
Good enough for me. I like Reich too.
I'm Steve Reich, and I'm asking for your vote for state representative in the 63rd District.
Paid for by the House Republican Organization.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR.
According to the Department of Labor, 60% of employers said their employees' health habits were their biggest concern when it comes to managing rising healthcare costs. Many companies today are faced with rising healthcare expenses that comprise their operating budgets. Fortunately, innovative workplace wellness programs exist to help control spiraling healthcare costs, health risk assessments, one-on-one wellness coaching, and a wide range of online and mobile resources assist employees in living a more healthy lifestyle, significantly reducing illness, absences, medical claims, and accidents. More information on workplace wellness can be found at WSEAP.com. That's WSEAP.com.
For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, heard Sunday afternoons at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is powered by Tandem HR.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dan Patlak, your taxpayer advocate, and Citizens for Dan Patlak paid for this ad.
Dan Patlak is gaining support. The Daily Herald says he speaks with youthful energy and passion about the agency's mission of assuring fairness to all. Patlak approaches the job not so much like a politician, but as a commissioner whose responsibility is to rule the way the evidence and numbers tell him to rule. The Chicago Tribune says Patlak is smart and diligent, and he tries to keep the system fair. The Sun-Times says Patlak has the better professional credentials. Dan Patlak promised and delivered improvements at our Board of Tax Review. Online appeals, online evidence submission, over 200 assessment appeal seminars to educate taxpayers about the appeal process, and increasing transparency with all decisions available on the Board of Review website.
I appreciate the editorials, but the most important endorsement is yours on Election Day. With your vote on November 8th, I will fight unfair assessments and keep the Board of Review responsive to regular folks. I'm Dan Patlak. It is my privilege to serve you. Thank you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A North Carolina mom who's voting for Trump, and it wasn't a close call. We'll talk to her at 7:37.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Sunshine in Chicago this morning. Donald Trump says a rigged system has led FBI Director James Comey to recommend against criminal charges in the Hillary Clinton email scandal. At this point, he's calling on voters to seek justice at the polls tomorrow. Hillary Clinton's campaign is expressing much relief after the FBI tentatively cleared the Democratic nominee in the latest round of email controversies.
We're glad to see that as we were, that he has found, as we were confident that he would, that he has confirmed the conclusions that he really reached in July, and we're glad that this matter is resolved.
Clinton Campaign Communications Director Jennifer Palmieri. The latest ABC News Washington Post tracking poll shows Hillary Clinton leading Donald Trump 47 to 43%. Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway, though, says they have many different paths to winning the presidency.
And we feel really excited about the momentum, the enthusiasm. We obviously have had Team Clinton on the run in terms of where they're going to schedule, where they'll deploy their super surrogates in the final days. And we're not talking about blue states. We're talking about flipping blue states.
Trump will hit 5 key states today, beginning his day in Florida. One of the Clinton administration's most recognizable and polarizing figures has died after a battle with Parkinson's disease. Janet Reno, the first woman to hold the office of U.S. Attorney General, faced much criticism for the deadly raid on the Branch Davidian compound, as well as the seizure of Elian Gonzalez. No serious injuries being reported in central Oklahoma after a strong earthquake struck last night, a 5.0 quake located near Cushing. A man is dead following a bus crash on Chicago's west side. It happened when Frank Davis, driving a car, collided with a private bus in the 3800 block of West Congress Parkway. And officials in Kane County continuing to investigate a weekend traffic collision that left 2 teenagers dead. NHL last night, Blackhawks over Dallas, 4-3 in OT. Marian Hossa, the game winner, and the Bulls battle the Magic tonight. The News, a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on technology for your business, and right now, buy any PC at Staples and get free tech support for 30 days. They'll help you set up your new PC so you don't lose critical files and help you connect to your network and printer. Staples, make more happen. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
I'd say the same thing to a billionaire that I would say to somebody making $30,000 a year.
The Joe Walsh Show.
The money you make, the money you earn, the money you invest, that's your money, damn it. And I think it's your duty, it's your right to do whatever you can do legally to limit what you give government, because we have a government that's too damn big.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
You've always wanted to be your own boss and in complete control of your future. No more glass ceiling, no more being overlooked for that promotion you deserved. There's never been a better time to take that first step. Your first step begins at franchisebuyersguide.info. Put your talent, your skills, your drive, and your determination to work for you and only you. Franchise opportunities include brick and mortar, home-based, product-based, service-based, B2B, and B2C. Unleash the entrepreneur in you. Learn more at franchisebuyersguide.info. That's franchisebuyersguide.info.
As 2016 starts to wind down, it's time to take a good hard look at how your building and offices have been maintained. At Image One, we're aware that everyone has a cleaning service and many are happy, but you should have a backup plan. So when something happens, and it will happen, you're ready. Let Image One be your backup plan. Image One is Chicagoland's choice for custom office and building cleaning needs. Connect with Image One online at imageoneusa.com or call 800-223-1985.
7:35, a check of the roads. Here's AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Eden Spur is slow from Waukegan Road to the Edens. Then it's 38 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 30 to Kennedy. An hour and 11 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 27 minutes from Montrose. 25 in the Express. Outbound 55 to O'Hare. Eisenhower's an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to the Post Office. Outbound 56 minutes. Stevenson an hour and 4 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 45 minutes. Bryan 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound. Still 132 to 176 where a crash blocks two left lanes. Northbound very slow. 111th to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic is a service of Account Temps. The 2017 Salary Guide is here. Check it out for instant access to the up-to-date salary forecast for more than 400 accounting and finance jobs where you live. Visit them at AccountTemps.com. Account Temps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and mild today. We'll have a high of 64. Currently in Chicago, 45. Next news coming up at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
I'm woman, hear me roar, your number's too big to ignore.
Ah, the great Helen Reddy. Dan and Amy, who's also a woman like Helen Reddy.
I am? Well, today I'm feeling more like a man, so I could use your washroom.
Let me...
It's gross. I would never actually step foot in the men's washroom. Ugh.
That's on my list of things I'm voting against tomorrow, dudes in the ladies' room. Adding to that list all morning, taking your calls and texts. Here's a question for you, Amy. What do you think happens tomorrow?
What do I think? I'm back and forth. I'm a hot mess over here. There's a lot of vacillation going on because I talked to some of my Republican friends. None of them voted for Donald Trump. Then I met some Democrats who all voted for Donald Trump. So it's all over the board.
They make a cream now to clear up that vacillation.
Oh, they do?
Let me suggest what I think is going to happen. It's the only way
I'm sorry. What do you think is going to happen?
It's the only way this can end. It's the only appropriate way for this to end.
It will end.
Trump wins with exactly 270 electoral votes and loses the popular vote.
Oh, wouldn't that be crazy? I mean, here's what I'm scared of.
Wouldn't that be fun?
I'm scared of civil disobedience, whether Hillary
civil
wins.
Disobedience?
Well, as we say, violence. Violence in Mount Prospect.
There'd be nothing civil about it.
But that's even if Hillary wins, I think some people are going to flip some cars over. And if Trump wins, I think people are going to flip some cars over and set them on fire.
All right. Anchor down your cars, according to Amy Jacobson, regardless of the outcome tomorrow. Interesting piece in the Federalist last week from a woman, a mom, in North Carolina, swing state.
Swing.
And Trump has moved up.
He has.
He's swinged his way to the front. And there's the title of this piece, I'm a woman, I'm voting for Trump. And it wasn't even a close call. Her name is Caitlin Christ, and she joins us now. Caitlin, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi. Happy to be on the show.
So the title of the piece, I'm a woman, I'm voting for Trump, and it wasn't even a close call. On what basis are you voting for Trump? What was the key issue or issues that turned you to Trump?
The main reason that I ended up fully supporting Donald Trump for president is I got my health care plan notice on November 1st about how everything was going to change in 2017. And I was reading through this letter and just becoming more incensed at what was going to take place next year. And I had an opportunity to write an article, so I was hoping to reach people who shared the additional concern about the rising healthcare costs.
So are you a single issue voter? I mean, is this the only reason why you're voting for Donald Trump?
It's not the only reason, but the healthcare issue has such an effect on a family's overall household. A lot of people say, oh, it's a single issue, but it's really not, because it is affecting your choices. It's affecting your budget and how you can spend your money elsewhere. And if that's not being able to go toward saving and retirement and so many other things being put back into the economy through purchases, it's going to leave a lot of middle-class families with quite a bit less money.
Were you an undecided until the open enrollment period began and you got the notice that detailed your premium increase?
I was not entirely undecided. I was leaning towards Trump simply because he was the Republican nominee, and I did want to support the Republican platform through whoever was nominated.
Mm-hmm.
But there's certainly some things about Donald Trump that give you pause in terms of throwing your support behind him. But I also came to the conclusion that there's a lot about Hillary Clinton to give a lot of pause. So I went with the party.
What about, you're in Charlotte. What about what's happened in Charlotte the last couple of months, that police-involved shooting that led to some violence in the streets of Charlotte and some real tense moments and perhaps lingering tension? Does that impact how you think the vote's going to go in Charlotte and North Carolina generally?
You know, I honestly am not sure about that. It was a very scary couple of days there, especially since I have friends with husbands on the police force and also in our fire department. And the outbreak of civil unrest and disobedience was quite shocking. I think most people saw Charlotte as being a place where views could be expressed without violence, and that certainly changed. I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have on the voters, but it certainly did spark many movements to support our officers a bit more.
And the candidate that supports officers in your mind is Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
Donald Trump. Definitely. He is. He's been more vocal about supporting our servicemen and our civil employees, such as police officers and firemen.
Yeah, I think that's been lost a little bit down the stretch, is that distinction between which party is affiliating with and taking direction from Black Lives Matter, and which candidate and party is decidedly on the side of law enforcement and first responders, thinking about local law enforcement. I think that maybe needs to be accentuated here in the closing hours. Another question for you. It's interesting, too, because the discussion of the female vote particularly pertains to Trump because of his past bad acts and bad rhetoric. But there's really a distinction there. The married women, Trump is actually winning. Single women, he's getting his clock cleaned, just like Mitt Romney did 4 years ago and Republicans have historically. Single women is the real demographic that Republicans have trouble with, much more so than married women. I wonder if you see that distinction within your own circle of friends and your own circle of influence.
I have. I think a lot of the millennial women and even some of the late Gen Xers, especially the ones who are single, they are viewing this election as based on gender. They want to vote for the first female president. They want to empower other women to have goals and dreams, and they think by voting for Hillary Clinton that will become more of a reality. But interesting, I actually have come across so many married women upset with Donald Trump's nomination that they were abandoning a lot of their principles to vote for Hillary Clinton. And then on the flip side, I've seen a lot of other single women who can see past the female voter issue and vote for Donald Trump. As you said earlier, there's Democrats voting for Trump, there's Republicans voting for Clinton. It's really been just a wild election season. It's been hard to get a tap on who's voting for what and why, and there's been some surprises.
Hey, Caitlin, have you been surprised by any of your friends who are upset with you that you're supporting Donald Trump or that you wrote that article?
Yes, actually. Most people have been supportive, whether or not they agree with my particular conclusion. But I have had a few people upset with me, writing me, how could you? He's a xenophobic, he's homophobic, he's demeaning towards women. And my response to them has just been, both parties have had some massive allegations thrown at them. And we've certainly heard both candidates say some pretty awful things. I mean, I think I'm considered one of the deplorables by Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been a lot of talk from both sides. And what I've encouraged people to go back to is look at the parties' platforms and vote for how that is going to shape our nation for the next 4 years, and indeed with the Supreme Court justices for decades.
Caitlin, can I tell you something about those friends that are upset with you? They're not your real friends.
Will you stop?
She is Caitlin Chris.
I know what she's going through.
North Carolina mom. The piece, we've tweeted it out, posted as well. The piece is women voting for Donald Trump, and it wasn't even a close call. Caitlin Chris from North Carolina, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, President Obama and illegals. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine today. Just gorgeous out there. 64 degrees for our high. Right now, it is 46 degrees. And then tomorrow for Election Day, that's right, folks, tomorrow's the big day when your voice can be heard. We're going to have cloudy conditions, cool, shower or two likely, but it'll be breezy in the afternoon, a high of 57 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Any sticky spots? Here's Jim Talamonte.
It's sticky all over, Amy. Really rough on the tollways now. Southbound on the tri-state, it's slow. 137 to 176 with a crash in the two left lanes. Big backup. And northbound, it's stop and go 95th to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Despite Adams Tollway delays, from the Elgin Toll to Meacham and busing for the Des Plaines Oasis westbound from the Kennedy to the Oasis after a crash. Reagan Tollway now bottled up. Farnsworth all the way to Yackley and 355 to Findlay, then 83 to the tri-state. Veterans Memorial, Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. The Edens 32 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 36. Kennedy an hour and 11 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 55 minutes. Ike an hour and 10, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 56 minutes. The Stevenson an hour and 4 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Gina Labus, President and CEO of Mid-States Glass and Metal and a customer of Signature Bank since 2011. As we expanded our business into all aspects of the glass and metal industry, we needed a bank who could grow along with us. That's when we met Mick O'Rourke, co-founder of Signature Bank. Mick and his team took the time to understand the ebbs and flows of our business. They worked with us to find a solution that would support our growth. Mid-States Glass and Metal is proud to work with Signature Bank because they support Chicagoland women-owned businesses like mine.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. All right, so...
Who sings this song?
Are you kidding me? Who do you think you're talking to?
Hall & Oates.
Daryl Hall and John Oates,
yes,
to be specific.
Excuse me.
All right, so President Obama, final salvo, fitting. Taking so much of your freedom away, Americans. Your money away, which is an extension of freedom. How about your vote? On Me TV, right?
Not you TV, Me TV, My TV. No, Me TV is a new hip thing. It's a Latino
digital
play. Yeah. I know about it.
No,
my
sure,
kids
you're
watch
down with
Me
the
TV.
Yeah, you're down with the struggle in the
I'm
community.
always down with the struggle. I got to know what my kids are watching.
Listen to this interview. He's asked by this female reporter for this digital outlet.
This child.
And listen
Teenager.
to what she says. Listen to the setup about illegals voting and whether persons that are in this country illegally, who, by definition, do not have the right to vote, whether they should fear reprisals if they do vote. ICE, looking at them, deporting them, those kinds of things. Is it fine? Should illegals not worry about illegally voting?
Many of the millennials, dreamers, undocumented citizens, and I call them citizens because they contribute to this country, are fearful of voting. So if I vote, will immigration know where I live? Will they come for my family and deport us?
Not true. Okay. And the reason is, first of all, when you vote, you are a citizen yourself, and there is not a situation where the voting rolls somehow are transferred over and people start investigating, etc. The sanctity of the vote is strictly confidential.
Listen to Cavuto.
I can't believe I heard what I heard. The president is even questioning whether the person who is an illegal is voting, outside of reminding people that if you're a citizen, you vote. But it's very clear that the question is being asked was about illegals voting and afraid that they might be reported to border security. You're illegal. You cannot vote. And the President of the United States is saying, don't worry, no one will be spying on you, catching you. When maybe, whether you're for the President, against the President, whether you're pro-immigration reform, anti-immigration reform, you are ignoring the fact that you've been questioned about illegal voting, which you can't do. Why? Because you're not a citizen of this country.
Anybody disagree with Cavuto? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. The idea that the President of the United States would sanction taking away your vote, American citizen, by essentially saying it's okay for persons who are here illegally to vote. That's what he did in that interview. That's what he did.
Well, he should have stopped her and said, well, first of all, dear child, if you're not here, if you're not an American citizen, you can't vote. But he didn't even correct her on that. He just went along with, oh, yeah, you can vote. We're not going to go after you. We're not going to find out your home address and come and get you in the middle of the night. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's almost as if he didn't hear the question.
Are you kidding me? He didn't hear the question? He heard the question. He responded on point. It was to sanction criminal conduct, sanction disenfranchising American citizens from their vote, something fundamental to this representative republic in which we all live. That's what he's doing. I mean, it is open and notorious. So tell me again, all the people of the left and the media, and I repeat myself, about how voter fraud is just this woozy conspiracy of right-wingers that doesn't really go on. The President of the United States giving his imprimatur on illegals can vote. I mean, he didn't say that, but he essentially, there will be no repercussions.
Right.
Because the question was specifically, if I'm an illegal and I vote, I mean, she doesn't use illegal, she uses a citizen while describing people who are here illegally. You use whatever nomenclature you want. If I vote, should I worry about ICE? Should I worry about repercussions? And the President of the United States' answer is no. And you don't think our republic is under siege from the left, the predatory left? Think about that. Think about that as you contemplate your decision over the next 24 hours.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Have you heard it said that big business and big government are equal threats? Don't believe it. How does business succeed in a free market? By offering valuable products and attractive jobs. How do bureaucrats succeed? By threats and punishment. A business can't force you to work for it or buy its products. You can always look elsewhere, but a bureaucrat can't force you to obey because government holds a monopoly on force. There's no escape. When a business commits fraud or theft, then government must step in to defend individual rights of customers and employees. But today's bureaucratic regulatory state violates the rights of businessmen by treating them as guilty until proven innocent. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm your Ron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brooks Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
If you enjoy Yaron Brooks' Moments of Objectivism, consider making a gift to support content like this from the Ayn Rand Institute. ARI fosters a growing awareness, understanding, and acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism to create a culture guided by the principles of reason, rational self-interest, individualism, and laissez-faire capitalism. To support this work, go to ariradio.com and click on the Donate button. Your tax-deductible gift will help to spread the message of Ayn Rand to the next generation.
Hey, you've heard the name Turnkey IT for years on this station, and you know that they do something with IT for business. The truth is that Turnkey IT supports users, not just the computer devices. Now, the average consumer has just under 4 connected devices, smartphones, tablets, laptops, desktops. And these devices connect to fitness devices, watches, thermostats, heck, even your refrigerators. So the professionals at Turnkey IT help you connect all of them together so your company is as connected as you want it to be. Turnkey IT has a great team of professionals who help users every day, just like you and me. From the simplest to the most complex systems, they make technology workable, usable, and reliable. So if you're tired of just settling for technology and want to really make your technology work for you, visit turnkey.pro today to see how simple and affordable it can be to get your tech world spinning. That's turnkey.pro, turnkey.pro.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up event right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
We have sunshine in Chicago, and here are the stories we're following. Man killed in a Chicago bus crash, a deadly shooting in Aurora, an Elgin man convicted of selling drugs out of his business. Blackhawks beat the Stars in overtime as the Bulls get set to host the Magic. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony.
Hillary Clinton is guilty.
Well, the FBI doesn't think so, but Donald Trump says it's all rigged.
Unbelievable what she gets away with.
Reacting to the FBI Director James Comey concluding again Clinton should not face charges over her private server while last Secretary of State after reviewing emails found on Anthony Weiner's computer.
You can't review 650,000 new emails in 8 days. You can't do it, folks.
Now, Trump rallied after midnight in Virginia. Today, he'll hit Florida and New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina. Clinton will also hit those three states on the day before the election.
My opponent has a very dark and divisive view of our country.
The Democrats been painting Trump as unfit and offensive. The polls keep showing it's a close race. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the latest poll from the LA Times shows Trump with a 5-point lead nationally. An IBD TIPP tracking poll has him up 2. Other national polls show Clinton in a lead by around 4 points. Polls show a tight race in battleground states such as Florida, where a new Quinnipiac survey gives Clinton a 1-point edge. Polls in Pennsylvania have tightened considerably. Clinton was up by 8 points there about 3 weeks ago, but that lead has shrunk to around 2.5% on average. In North Carolina, Trump is leading by about a point. Dave.
Rachel, the first woman to serve as U.S. Attorney General, died in Miami this morning. Janet Reno, who served under President Clinton. She was 78 and had suffered from Parkinson's disease. A Georgia sheriff's deputy is in a hospital, critically injured in yesterday's shooting that left another deputy dead.
This started out as a dispute between neighbors. There were 2 people, one on an ATV, another on a motorcycle, when one neighbor, unhappy with what they were doing, came outside with a gun and threatened them.
Claire Sims with Fox 5 TV says the deputies were shot responding. Then other law enforcement shot and wounded the gunman. A man's hospitalized in Jackson, Mississippi the day after being shot by police who say he was naked in his car trying to lure children inside. He then put the car in reverse, attempting to back into an officer responding. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies in Chicago mostly sunny. We have 42 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago police say a woman was sexually assaulted by a man posing as a ride-share driver on the north side. The incident happened yesterday after the suspect picked up the victim near Halstead and Roscoe. He then dropped off the woman but lured her back into the vehicle before assaulting her in the back seat. The man spoke with a heavy accent and was last seen wearing a black windbreaker. Gun violence continues to plague Chicago. 8 were killed and over 30 wounded in shootings across the city since last Friday evening. A man is dead following a bus crash on Chicago's west side. Frank Davis was driving a car yesterday that collided with a private bus in the 3800 block of West Congress Parkway. Chicago police say a 25-year-old Indiana man was fatally shot by authorities after a road rage incident. Police said Joshua Beal of Indianapolis was shot to death Saturday afternoon. He failed, according to police, to drop a gun when confronted by an off-duty officer and a police sergeant. Chicago sports. Marion hosts the scores in OT as the Blackhawks were winners over Dallas 4-3. Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane both scored for the Blackhawks. Cubs have declined their option on pitcher Jason Hamill And the Bulls battle the Magic tonight at the UC. The news, a service of Unbound. There's a girl in El Salvador who dreams of becoming an engineer, an elder in Uganda who dreams of having a community to call his own. No two dreams are the same. Help one person achieve theirs at unbound.org. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Nissan is predicting its business will be on target this year despite a stronger yen that is making its cars more expensive. Nissan is unveiling new models and believes those cars will boost its sales. Honda and Mitsubishi have already cut their sales projections for the year. Online credit company Lending Club is reporting better than expected earnings after major changes. Lending Club's CEO was fired this year after an internal investigation found millions of loans were sold to a single investor. Sotheby's reported a deeper loss in its recent quarter, but Chief Executive Tad Smith says there are encouraging signs for the auction house. Futures are pointing to a sharply higher open on Wall Street after the FBI director's comments that new emails will not result in criminal charges against presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. The Dow closed down 42 on Friday. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It's 8:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that you're probably driving right now. Sitting comfortably behind the wheel with a tasty caffeinated beverage in your cup holder. Well, if you were driving with Uber, you could be earning money right now too. That's because Uber is the ultimate side hustle. Extra cash whenever you want. Earning you can turn on and off, just like your car. This isn't just another job, it's a totally flexible way to earn. So go ahead, get your side hustle on. Visit uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%, APR 3.57%. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. So lock in this ultra-low rate before it goes back up. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
It's 8:06. Check the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim.
Mike, the inbound Kennedy is jammed. Canfield to the Burn Circle, an hour and 18 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose, 26 on the Express. Outbound 56 to the airport. The Edens, 35 minutes. Lakecoat to Montrose, outbound 33. The Eisenhower's an hour and 22 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, an hour and 3 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 59 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 55 minutes. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, slow 132 to 176 after a crash. Also from the Adams Tollway to Irving Park. Northbound delays from Thornton Quarry to I-80 with a crash in the two right lanes. And from 115th to Harlem with a crash to the left. Also 82nd to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway jammed, 25 to Meacham and Bussey to the Des Plaines Oasis, westbound from the Kennedy to the Oasis after a crash. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Patchy fog for the morning, otherwise a mostly sunny day today with a high 64. Then clouds increase tonight with a low 48. A mix of clouds with a shower around into the early afternoon. Tomorrow, breezy with a high 57 and remaining breezy at night with a low 38. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare, 52 along the lakefront. This morning it is 40 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is a team full of MVPs, and we're in a city of MVPs.
I have spent my career fighting for kids and families, and if you elect me, that's what I'll keep doing.
Right now, she is being protected by a rigged system. You can't review 650,000 new emails in 8 days. You can't do it, folks.
The government of Qatar had been a donor to the foundation, which, as you know, does great work around the world. But they were a donor before Hillary became Secretary of State. This wasn't a change in their position.
It's time to close the history books on the Clintons and to open a bright new chapter focused on the great citizens of our country.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So I've updated my list, Amy.
Okay.
On Tuesday, which is tomorrow, it's not so much that I'm voting for Donald Trump, but that I'm voting against those individuals and those occurrences that have degraded American culture. You ready for my list? This is with some help from our dutiful listeners.
Okay.
All right.
And I helped you with one name.
You did.
Such a help.
Cecile Richards, David Brooks, Lindsey Graham, Surrender First Republicans, Predatory Leftists, Colin Kaepernick, John Koskinen, Lois Lerner, LeBron James, Islamic Theocrats, Zeke Emanuel, Jonathan Gruber, Jay-Z, Cher, The View, The Chew, The Oxygen Channel, Safe Spaces, Trigger Warnings, Bigot Baiting, Katy Perry, Bob Creamer, Gloria Allred, Wall Street Rent Seekers, Sid Blumenthal, Political Ruling Class, Teachers Unions, Government Workers Unions, Rachel Dolezal, George Clooney, Father John Jenkins, Howard Schultz, Mark Kirk, ESPN, Glenn Beck, Alec Baldwin, Michael Bloomberg, Jorge Ramos, Illegal Alien Predators, Men Who Wear Mom Jeans, Man Buns, Lena Dunham, Tiny Dancer Rom, Gun Banners, Mark Cuban, Suburban Sophisticated Barbarians, Pseudo-Intellectual Urban Dwellers, The Gender-Neutral, Gender-Obsessed, Entitled Millennials, Entitled Baby Boomers, Howard Zinn's History of the United States, Bernie Sanders' Vision for the United States, Those Who Use the Vocabulary of America's Enemies, Silicon Valley Sissies, Dudes in the Ladies' Room, and last but not least, Robbie Mook. All right.
Are you okay over there?
That's a mouthful. Taking your calls and texts, we'll continue to add to the list of people you're voting against by voting for Donald Trump tomorrow. That's what I'm doing. Now, for perhaps a more positive vision for a Trump vote and a Trump presidency, we're pleased to be joined by Trump surrogate and chairman of the American Conservative Union, as well as a former deputy assistant to President George W. Bush. He is Matt Schlapp. Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Dan and Amy.
So Trump made his closing argument over the weekend, in part, this RNC address we played a snippet of, saying it's time to close the book on the Clintons and open the book to a more prosperous America that is youth-centered rather than government-centered, essentially was what he was saying. Is that the argument that we're going to go with for the last 24 hours, or does the Comey announcement yesterday change that at all?
No, I think it's the right close. I mean, I think the Comey announcement is that it's a big question mark and a head scratcher to most of us. The whole process of Hillary Clinton's criminal investigations by the FBI is a big question mark. In every other case you could ever imagine, you would have had a special counsel. Even in, you mentioned I served for President George W. Bush. When there was a question about the leak of the name of Valerie Plame, there was a special counsel, and that special counsel was dogged, and that special counsel was very independent. And the problem with Loretta Lynch meeting with Bill Clinton on the tarmac and all these other questions and the crazy back and forth in these FBI announcements is I actually think it raises more questions than it answers, and it gets to the fundamental question, which is with the Clintons, it's just they roll one way. You get corruption, you get a second set of rules, you get scandals, you get these investigations. And if the American people want to go through 4 years of this, vote for it, because it's what you're going to get. It's what you always get.
So if you want to deliver justice to Hillary Clinton, you should do it at the ballot box.
I think so. Look, first of all, that is the right first way to do it with politicians. If you don't like their act and you think they have bad ethics, don't vote for them. Of course, if they commit criminal wrongdoing, we should expect it to be investigated. But you just, it's clear that they just don't intend to do that in this case. And And I hope there's an outrage about it. But I think there's plenty more to vote against Hillary Clinton on as well. Just the clear fact that we have to change the way business is done in Washington, and we have to change the direction of the nation. And she represents the continuation of these Obama policies. If you like what you've gotten from Obama, if you like Obamacare, vote for Hillary Clinton because you're going to get 4 more years of it.
So we're going to see tomorrow if the revolt that has been much talked about, pieces from the Flight 93 election to the bigot baiting piece from Rusty Reno, if people, particularly in the Rust Belt, really have inculcated the war on them that is being waged by the predatory left, by the big government left, or if people are inclined to kind of sit back and take it. Isn't this choice, however imperfect it is, kind of a proxy for that choice?
Yeah, the choice is imperfect, but one of the reasons the choice is imperfect is because the choice is a statement of revolt, and that we are revolted by the state of things in Washington. And I think that when you have this kind of uprising of Americans saying, I just don't like the state of things. I don't like where our country is vis-a-vis the globe. I don't like the fact that we're not feared internationally by our enemies, and I don't like the fact that people haven't seen their incomes rise. They don't feel like they have economic prospects. And even on questions like health care, you see them going up double digits and doubled. So I think that there is so much political churn out there. I think there's political realignment going on. It's messy. I think the Democrats almost faced it as well, except for their insurance policy of superdelegates. And I just think this election is we sometimes make things more complicated than they are. I think this election really does come down to something very basic. Do you like the way it's going? If you do, vote to continue it.
So if Trump loses, do you say that as the narrow majority of Americans say they like the way things are going, or is it something else?
I think if Trump loses, it is probably more a result of the fact that it took him too long to get his campaign kind of screwed together correctly, and to get on message. I mean, you just said his message, but I think it's so right. It's not so much about Donald Trump anymore as it is about all these other people out there across the country who have rallied to his cause. He even says in his speeches now, it's not about me, it's about you. It always was that way, but when he talked, oftentimes it seems more about him. And but if he wins, I also think it is not so much an endorsement of all things Trump. I think it is an endorsement of the fact that the American people are just not going to take this anymore, and they're not going to take this direction anymore. And they want the government to do less, and they want to feel empowered again, and they want their Constitution to be respected, and they want to be respected. I do think either one of these presidents, if either wins, it is a little bit messy. It's one of the messiest political times I've ever seen.
Are you fearful that there might be some civil unrest or disobedience if Hillary wins or if Trump wins?
Boy, that's a great question. When you have so much anxiety out there, I'm sure there will be. I hope there isn't. I hope that we can get a fairly quick answer as to who's the winner, and then we can all, hold hands and move forward. But this isn't really a hold hands moment. There's a lot of frustration out there. I can't do a television interview anymore without literally in the first 30 seconds being called a bigot or a racist. I mean, that is so painful. I mean, I'd rather be called fat or stupid or, a Michigan fan. I mean, I can think of a lot of other things that I'd rather be called than being called a racist. It is the most repugnant thing. It really puts you back on your heels and we cheapen the word. What's going to happen when there really are racist policies and racist people? It's like the boy who called wolf. Eventually the wolf comes and no one thinks the wolf is there.
All right, we're talking to fat, stupid Michigan fan, Matt Schlapp, chairman of the American Conservative Union. Matt, let me ask you this. With respect to the outcome and all this talk about division, we're just talking about this. Andrew Ferguson writes in the Weekly Standard, politics is a bit divisive because you have different visions for the direction of a free society. So the idea, we did have a civil war over different visions. We've had real divisiveness previously, like where people were killing each other. And we have some of that now, frankly. It's a bit different, of course. But there is a divisiveness to politics because there are competing ideas. People have very different notions about how a free society should be governed and who's entitled to what, to the extent they're entitled to anything. So all of this, kind of kumbaya stuff is a little bit purposely Pollyannish, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Look, I would rather just expose our differences instead of wallpaper over them.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what they are, and I think this is one of the great benefits Donald Trump has brought to our politics, which is he is willing to talk about things that most Republicans would never talk about. When a Republican gets called a bigot or a racist, we usually recede because it is just shocking, and we almost feel bad about the fact that we haven't always been perfect. But the fact is we have actually a great history on the question of race in our society. And you're right, when we've had racial divisions in the past, when Republicans were leading the country, we passed 3 amendments to the Constitution. We did it the honest way. We changed the Constitution to give former slaves rights, to give them citizenship, to let them vote. We're not the party to try to prevent them from voting. And when it comes to these other questions about how Republicans don't care about people simply because they don't view government as the solution, that's important as well, that people understand that we do care, and that just because we have a constitutional understanding of the role of government doesn't mean that we don't care about people. And it's time to hit these head on instead of kind of getting back on our feet, on the back of our heels, and pussyfooting around these issues.
Absolutely. We should lean into it. I mean, how ironic is it that the party that championed the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the Republican Party, and fast forward 52 years, and Barack Obama is on some Latino digital channel championing the idea that illegals should vote without repercussion, thereby disenfranchising Black American citizens like any other American citizen.
Wow, Dan, that's so well said. And it's amazing to me what the president does in interviews like that is he makes the chances for a consensus on immigration even less likely. When this is the tack they take, they make consensus less likely. Obama has done nothing but really make us more discordant. If you think about it, after 8 years of Obama, we've never been politically at each other's throats as much as we are today.
All right, he is Matt Schlapp, chairman of the American Conservative Union, former deputy assistant to President George W. Bush, and a Trump surrogate. Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Amy. Y'all make sure you vote.
Okay, we
All
will.
right, remember that, Amy.
Okay. And he joined us at our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Plenty of sunshine today, an abundance of sunshine. That was the name of Dan's high school band. Yes, what kind of cover band was it?
A Casey and the Sunshine cover band.
Oh, perfect, yeah. A high today of 64 degrees. It is 47 degrees right now at O'Hare. And then tonight, increasing cloudiness, a low of 48. And tomorrow, Election Day, folks. We're going to have clouds. It's going to be cooler with an on and off shower. No big deal. Breezy in the afternoon, a high of 57 degrees. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
On the inbound Kennedy with delays starting at Canfield. It is an hour and 22 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 46 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express. Outbound 56 to O'Hare. Eden's no picnic either. 36 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 47. The Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 46 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 9 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 47 minutes. The Ryan is heavy. 37 minutes. 95th to downtown. It's fine outbound. Tri-State southbound jammed, 132 to 176 after a crash. Then from the Adams Tollway to Irving Park, northbound slow. Bishop Ford to I-80 with a crash in the 2 right lanes. And Cicero to Harlem, the 83rd Street toll to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue, Adams Tollway stop and go 25 all the way to Meacham and Bussey to the Des Plaines Oasis. Westbound from the Tri-State to the Oasis. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, ChicagoRadioDeals.com can help you spiff up your home and auto. Wash away the road grime and dirt and all that yuck with a great deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. A full-service car wash package includes a wash, vacuum, windows, and dash wipe down. It's $18. It's $10. That's it at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Give your home the clean it needs with an excellent deal from the Grout Medic of LaGrange. The Grout Medic offers a shower touch-up that includes a steam clean of your shower tiles and grout. Or choose a Clean and Color Seal floor package for your kitchen or bathroom floor tile. Each deal, $110. That's a $250 value. And guess what? You could shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 gift certificate for only $50. Addison Building Materials is a true value retailer. So tackle all your home improvement projects with help from your good friends at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal, and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth, and I got my implant. And then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience was, they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be. And I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work. And I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy taking your closing arguments for Donald Trump, 312-642-5600. Here's a couple from Thomas Sowell, His Eminence Thomas Sowell, and his random thoughts about this election cycle, the lessons that need to be learned. Just a couple. Politics has turned the lofty ideal of equality into the ugly reality of resentments of other people's achievements and a feeling that the world owes you something while you owe nobody anything, not even common decency. The political left's hatred of Donald Trump is ironic because both he and they have the same pattern of automatic demonizing of those who disagree with their views, rather than confronting opposing arguments with hard evidence and convincing logic. One more. Have we reached the ultimate stage of absurdity where some people are held responsible for things that happened before they were born, while other people are not held responsible for what they themselves are doing today?
Oh, that's good.
That's why he's Thomas Sowell. That's why he's the best in the business. Amy, do you have a closing argument for Donald Trump?
I'm going to have my closing argument tomorrow.
Oh. Well, we'll look forward to that. That's what we call in the industry a tease.
I can't compete with the list.
I
could lose a lot of friends, and I could lose my two children, and possibly have DCFS on my door if I vote for Donald Trump.
If you don't vote for Donald Trump, I'm putting you on the list. Right underneath Father Flager, who I just added.
I'll be on the naughty list. Okay. Fine. It's been a hard time, this whole election. I've lost a lot of sleep. I've had that election stress syndrome that we speak of so often.
Yes. Greg in Streamwood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Dan.
You're on.
I'm on. Okay, for the undecided voters out there, you've got two major choices. One that knows how to negotiate. One that knows how to control everything she touches. The choice should be easy. Just ask yourself, do you want to be controlled? Do you want to be persuaded? To me, it's simple. I'd rather be persuaded because I'm not easily controlled.
All right. Thanks for the call, Greg. Do you want to be controlled or do you want to be in control? That's not bad. Pete in Orland Hills.
Hey, good morning. Your last guest was so right. He talked about how people keep saying that if you support Donald Trump, you're a racist, and I've been getting a lot of that. I have people come up to me and, they don't recognize what Trump's doing. They say, well, the Klan has endorsed him and Stormfront endorsed him and David Duke's endorsed him. And how can you stand side by side with the Klan or David Duke? And I just tell them, I think there are a lot of people who are supporting Trump who are very comfortable with that. And if you have your own thoughts and your own ideas, you should be okay standing side by side with the Ku Klux Klan and David Duke and Stormfront in supporting Donald Trump.
What are you talking about? Excuse me.
They support Donald Trump. You're automatically called a racist just because the Klan supports him too.
Well, that's absurd. I
agree. I think people should be comfortable supporting the same candidate as the Klan.
You're a goof. You're a goof, Pete. You're a goof. And, that's the same goofery. We could do the same thing with Hillary Clinton. People who are supporting Hillary Clinton should be comfortable knowing that the father of the Orlando terrorist killer is supporting Hillary Clinton. So, Pete, are every Hillary Clinton voter like you dingbat, also in bed with the Taliban sympathizing father of the Orlando killer? You want to play that game? Ignorant, dumb, untrue. You're not responsible for everything a candidate you vote for has ever done in his or her life, and you're not responsible for everything every supporter of said candidate has done in his or her life. Stop being a child, you goofball. The people who know Pete in Orland Hills, go over and TP his house. Owen in Willowbrook.
Hi, Dan and Amy. The 3 words I use to close for Donald Trump is the Supreme Court.
There you go. That's a mic drop. Thanks, Owen. And perfect segue because Shannon Bream, who's the Supreme Court correspondent for Fox, joins us at 8:38.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to secure a reverse mortgage, give me a call. Hal called Chicago's hometown bank, the one that counts your change for free, for a reverse mortgage. Hal thought Chicago's hometown bank's closing costs were excessive, so he called for a free consultation. I reviewed Hal's loan documents and confirmed that Chicago's hometown bank was charging him over $9,500 in closing costs, which is ridiculous. I helped Hal secure a reverse mortgage and paid for all of his closing costs. Now I know how Chicago's hometown bank pays for all those change counting machines. If you're in the market for a reverse mortgage and want to be treated with respect like Hal, give me a call at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
AM 560, The Answer.
This will calm you down.
The Spandau Ballet.
Yeah, it's Chaturanga.
You know where Spandau Ballet derives its name, though, don't you? The Spandau prison, which is where Nazi war criminals were held and then hanged. So Spandau Ballet is Nazi war criminals bouncing up and down on the noose.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not as pleasant as you think from hearing this melodic song true.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Yeah. So let that be a lesson to you, Pete in Orland Hills.
Yeah, I thought we should
send you to Spandau prison if you're not careful.
TP in his house is bad enough. That's a little juvenile. Let's just egg it.
No, Trump pen signs all over his front yard. How about that?
Coming up, Shannon Bream will be here, and then later, SNL skit, and a PSA announcement that they made. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
No serious injuries reported in central Oklahoma this morning after a strong earthquake struck last night. It hit near Cushing. Cushing is a major oil city town, one of the world's largest. A magnitude 5.0 quake was centered there. Right now, power was knocked out to the best of the city's knowledge, but mostly has been restored. No other major damage. Presidential hopefuls are scrambling for last-minute votes. Before Election Day, Donald Trump hitting 5 key states today for his campaign. Hillary Clinton, Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina. Campaign Chairman John Podesta.
There's a lot of work to do between now and Tuesday when the polls close, Tuesday night. So we're feeling good. We're closing strong, but we've got a tremendous amount of work to do.
Podesta on ABC's This Week. RNC Chairman Reince Priebus says his party has grabbed momentum.
That's the difference in this election. When you can close and get stronger and stronger to the finish line, momentum is everything you need.
Priebus spoke on ABC's This Week. Law enforcement in Georgia mourning the loss of one of their own, a sheriff's deputy shot and killed yesterday evening in Peach County. U.S. health officials say more than a dozen cases of a potentially deadly drug-resistant fungal infection have turned up in this country. In 4 cases, the people died. Federal health officials say right now it's not clear if the fungus is the actual cause of death. Gun violence continues to plague Chicago. 8 killed, 30 others wounded across the city since last Friday evening. And Chicago police say a woman was sexually assaulted by a man posing as a rideshare driver on the north side. Chicago sports, Marian Hossa tallies in overtime. Blackhawks over Dallas 4-3. Bulls battle the Magic tonight, and the news a service of CNN's Election Night in America. This is it. Election Night in America. No one covers elections like CNN. For every race, every result, watch Election Night in America, Tuesday on CNN. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher feels a surprise coming.
I just don't think the excitement or the enthusiasm or the going into the voting booth and voting for Donald Trump is going to be stopped. I think we better be prepared for a big surprise on November the 8th. I believe that with all of my heart. Hey, the Cubs and the Indians in the World Series, anything can happen, right?
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, President and CEO of Precision Payroll of America. We're the 33-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. Ladies and gentlemen, this administration is not finished in dampening growth and prosperity for the American business. December 1st, the new overtime rules go into effect. Are you ready? Are you ready for the new EEO-1 tracking and filing requirements? Precision Payroll of America is ready to help. Oh, and are you ready to implement Chicago's and Cook County's mandatory sick pay policy? Precision Payroll of America is ready to help. We stand ready to serve, and our clients are ready. Are you? Please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or check us out on the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's talk, let's meet, let's get ready.
If you're serious about selling your home, now is the time. Supply is low and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. I've done the research, and along with my Salem Radio colleagues, Mike Gallagher and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106 out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. That demand helps sell your home fast and at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I were selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd call Saul. Go online to callsaul.net or call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's callsaul, SAUL.net, or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
8:37. And a check of the roads, AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Like the inbound Kennedy's really a mess this morning with the delays from Canfield to the Hubbard Street Tunnel. It is an hour and 28 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. 48 minutes from Montrose, 32 in the Express. Outbound 47 minutes to the airport. The Edens, 33 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 38. The Eisenhower, an hour and 27 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, an hour 5 from Manheim. Outbound 53 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour 13, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, an outbound 55 minutes. The Ryan is 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, it's gummed up from 137, or check that, from 132 to 176. And from the Adams Tollway to Irving Park, northbound very heavy. Bishop Ford to I-80 with a crash in the right lane. Then from 115th to Harlem, from the 83rd Street toll to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, sunny and mild today, high 64. 48 with increasing clouds overnight, and 57 tomorrow. Currently at O'Hare, we have 43, 52 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What is up, Dan and Amy? Closing arguments for both candidates, as well as all the down-ballot races that we've discussed in detail over the last year and a half, all coming to tomorrow's moment, starting at 6 a.m.
Not to use the sports metaphor, but this feels like Game 7 of the World Series. We just had this last week. And I really can't believe it's almost over. I'm a little scared.
And one of the strongest arguments that has been made on behalf of Donald Trump pertains to the Supreme Court, not just the vacancy created by Justice Scalia's death, but the prospect of appointing 2, maybe 3 additional justices over the course of the next president's term. And so this is perfect that we have Shannon Bream, who, of course, is Fox News Channel anchor, but also the Supreme Court correspondent for Fox News. She joins us now. Shannon, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Listen, I love your analogy about the World Series, but let's hope this doesn't go into extra innings.
Oh, because that is always a possibility.
That's my only worry.
My dream scenario, Shannon, and see if you like this, is Trump wins with exactly 270 electoral votes, but loses the popular vote. Wouldn't that be fun?
Boy. You are asking for trouble.
I'm a bit of a...
It would keep us all busy. It would keep us employed.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure it's good for the country, though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, how do you assess Jim Comey's announcement yesterday? Is it past post at this point, or do you think it has a material impact on tomorrow's election?
Well, when you think about tens of millions of people have already voted, that started back in September. There are some states, though, that people will go to the ballot box for the first time tomorrow, voting on Election Day. So it's hard to know how much it factors in. We've talked about over the last year and a half the fact that Hillary Clinton, when you get to polling on honesty and trustworthiness, she's never done well. Those have always been her worst numbers. But you know that people have already known that about her or felt that way. That's been their impression of her for the past year. And still those who support her have baked that into their decision-making process and have still decided they're going to go with her. So I don't know if all of the last-minute back and forth with the FBI, with the Clinton Foundation, with the emails, I don't know that it's going to sway a huge number of people enough that it would make a difference in the election. It's not showing in our polling, and we have some new polls coming out today, that it has been an enormous boon for the Trump campaign.
And also you have to take into account that almost 40 million people have voted early in this presidential race, which is unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to have the highest number of early voting that we've ever had. I mean, last time around, I think it was close to 40% of all votes were cast before Election Day. And that raises all kinds of other questions because, I mean, I'm tracking several different legal showdowns over various, ballot access and registration rules and things. We had a rare ruling from the Supreme Court on Saturday regarding some things going on in Arizona. We've got another case now pending with them right now from the Ohio Democratic Party filed over the weekend. So, I mean, there are all kinds of last-minute twists and turns and legal fights. Every single vote is going to count, and yet, as you said, 40 million people have already voted.
Well, in Arizona, since that's perceived to be in play, unusually so, the Supreme Court decision against ballot stacking with respect to absentee ballots, explain that.
Well, there had been a law passed in Arizona that said you couldn't go around and harvest, quote unquote, harvest ballots. You couldn't go collect early ballots from people and say, hey, I'll turn those in for you.
Right.
There had been some concerns about people possibly going around and working, nursing homes or apartment complexes and giving people early ballots and saying, you fill this out and I'll come back and get it from you with specific intent in mind. So the law was passed and said you can't go around. You have to turn in your own early ballot. There are exceptions for family members, for caregivers, for those who are sick or elderly. And essentially it was challenged all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, no, we think there's nothing unconstitutional about the law. We get it. It survived scrutiny, and so we're going to uphold it. So it was bad news for those who were trying to do these early ballot drives and collections, and good news for conservatives who fought to pass that law and saw that the justices upheld it.
As the Supreme Court's correspondent, how quickly would Merrick Garland be confirmed if Hillary Clinton wins?
That is the question, because all along, you guys know, the GOP senators have told us, and many of them have told me face-to-face numerous times, there's no way we're moving on him. However, they know if they get a President Hillary Clinton, she is likely to nominate people who are much farther left than he is. For them, for many of them, that doesn't matter. They say he's still not going to be the right vote for us on things like abortion, like the Second Amendment, on executive power. We still think he's going to be a bad selection. And you now have this growing number of, it's a small group, but a growing number of GOP senators who say we will block any SCOTUS nominee from Hillary Clinton. I don't know if they mean for 4 years, for 8 years. It's hard to tell. But on the other side of that equation, you have the Democrats' vice presidential nominee, himself a Senator Tim Kaine, saying, listen, if they do that, we may pull the nuclear option, which is right now the Senate rules say you have to have 60 votes, 6-0, to move forward a Supreme Court nominee. If they pull the nuclear option, that number would drop to 51, and that would change everything. It would be a very ugly fight in the Senate. But Democrats have to remember, while the map is good for them this time around in 2018, it's much better for the GOP. And if they have that 51 vote rule, Democrats have to think about the fact that in 2 years it could now belong to the other party.
We're talking to Fox News anchor and Supreme Court correspondent for Fox News, Shannon Bream. And Shannon, what about issues that are likely to be tackled by the court in the next term, adjudicated by the end of their term in June of 2017, that people maybe want to consider when they consider the composition of the court and the decisions that are pending the outcome of this election?
Well, what we're seeing so far is they're staying away from really highly controversial cases because they know right now, as of today, they only have 8 votes. And if something ends in a tie, it doesn't set any precedent. All it does is leave the lower court ruling in place. So they don't want to waste people's time and money and effort on some of these cases. I think they know they could wind up probably deadlocked in, and then you've got a critical issue before them, and it's not decided at all. It just doesn't benefit anyone. You know, they've taken up one very interesting case on transgender school policy. You'll remember the administration earlier this year sent out this directive that schools have to comply with their ideas on transgender policy, meaning that students can use locker rooms, go on school trips, and travel together, all based on the gender identity they associate with, regardless of their biological gender. Well, there are lawsuits all over the place from school districts, from families of students, but there's a very prominent case out of Virginia that involves a transgender student. And I was a little bit surprised that the Supreme Court voted to take it up because it's something that they'll have to decide this term, and that could very well be decided with just 8 justices. And it's it's a highly controversial case, and it's very current and relevant to a lot of cultural discussions right now, and that's something that they will be deciding this term.
But and looking down the road, when there is a full court, then you could see issues like President Obama's executive amnesty, matters surrounding Obamacare be taken up by the court yet again.
Absolutely. There are several abortion cases bubbling through the pipeline and Second Amendment cases, plenty of cases involving the use of executive power, or how far these executive agencies like the EPA and Department of Education can go in telling you what to do with your private property, your kids in school. So there are plenty of those things bubbling up. And again, we see mostly a hesitance to get into those cases right now, but they're certainly coming up through the pipeline. And at some point, the court, whether they have 8 or 9 justices, they're going to have to take some of them on.
All right. Shannon Bream, Fox News anchor, Supreme Court correspondent for Fox News Channel. Shannon, thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate the preview.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
And she joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, yeah. How funny was Saturday Night Live? Hey, did you see the Cubs? Do you know they won the World Series? Just get over it. Because they're not going away, Dan, anytime soon. Tonight they're on Jimmy Kimmel and on, the NBC Tonight Show, Jimmy Fallon. Today's plenty of sunshine, mild, a high of 64 degrees. We've got 48 degrees right now at O'Hare. And tomorrow, Election Day. Yes, it has finally arrived. We're going to have variable cloudiness, cooler with a shower in places, breezy in the afternoon, a high in the upper 50s. How's that inbound Kennedy? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, I wish I had better news. It isn't getting any better. It's just a mess from Canfield to the Hubbard Tunnel downtown, an hour and 28 minutes from O'Hare to the Burns Circle. 48 minutes from Montrose, 32 in the Express. Outbound much improved. It's 36 minutes downtown to the airport. The Eden's still slow going. 33 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 38. The Eisenhower. An hour and 27 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. An hour 5 from Manheim. Outbound 53 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 20 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound an hour and 6 minutes to Stoll at 294, blocking a center lane. Ryan, 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, still Washington to 176. From the Adams, still to Irving Park. Northbound, Bishop Ford to I-80. Archer most of the way to 31st. The Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway stop and go. Higgins to Meacham and Bussey to the Des Plaines Oasis. Westbound from the Tri-State to the Oasis. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dan Patlack, your taxpayer advocate, and Citizens for Dan Patlack paid for this ad.
Dan Patlack is gaining support. The Daily Herald says he speaks with youthful energy and passion about the agency's mission of assuring fairness to all. Patlack approaches the job not so much like a politician, but as a commissioner whose responsibility is to rule the way the evidence and numbers tell him to rule. The Chicago Tribune says Patlack is smart and diligent, and he tries to keep the system fair. The Sun-Times says Patlack has the better professional credentials. Dan Patlack promised and delivered improvements at our Board of Tax Review. Online appeals, online evidence submission, over 200 assessment appeal seminars to educate taxpayers about the appeal process, and increasing transparency, with all decisions available on the Board of Review website.
I appreciate the editorials, but the most important endorsement is yours on Election Day. With your vote on November 8th, I will fight unfair assessments and keep the Board of Review responsive to regular folks. I'm Dan Patlack. It is my privilege to serve you. Thank you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Do you see the Cubbies, huh? Rizzo and Ross and Dexter Fowler on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. Alec Baldwin is on my list of reasons I'm voting for Trump. Things I'm voting against include Alec Baldwin.
Well, you should put the Cubs on your list, too,
No.
while you're at it.
No.
Oh, because the Ricketts, who are conservatives and Republicans, created that team.
That would be small of me.
Oh.
I'm not going to do that.
Oh,
I'm not going
okay.
small. When they go low, I go high. Alec Baldwin.
Hashtag bring back our girls.
So they had the final skit, their closing argument for Hillary Clinton, which is what that skit was. All their skits, because they're left, Saturday Night Live. But there was one funny moment, Alec Baldwin and Hillary talking about the emails.
That's right. I called it. And these emails are very bad for you, Hillary. That's why I never, ever use email. It's too risky. Instead, I use a very private, very secure site where one can write whatever they want to and no one will read it. It's called Twitter.
Mr. Trump, everyone can see your tweets.
Really? And I'm still in this thing? America, you must really hate this lady.
They do.
That was the best part. America, you must really hate her, and then Catherine McKinnon saying, yeah,
There was one. Then they brought on different characters like Putin, and he kissed him, and the KKK guy, which I don't even want to play. But they didn't get a dig in about Governor Pence. They said he's into conversion therapy when it comes to homosexuals. I thought, uh-oh. So then I had to look that up. Is that true? But I love the way they ended it. So they stay in character, and then they run together through
so lame.
Times Square, and she hugs a guy that says Trump is a B word, and I don't know. I thought that was great. And of course, I got teary-eyed. And then at the end, they broke character, got on stage, and reminded people that you have a civic duty to vote on Tuesday.
And now it's time to get out there and vote. None of this will have mattered if you don't vote.
And we can't tell you who to vote for, but on Tuesday, we all get a chance to choose what kind of country we want to live in. And live from New York, it's Saturday night!
They're right about that. Tomorrow we get to choose what kind of country we want to live in. I don't want to live in one with Hillary Clinton as president of the United States, so we do get to tell you who to vote for. Vote for Donald Trump.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
You've always wanted to be your own boss and in complete control of your future. No more glass ceiling, no more being overlooked for that promotion you deserved. There's never been a better time to take that first step. Your first step begins at franchisebuyersguide.info. Put your talent, your skills, your drive, and your determination to work for you and only you. Franchise opportunities include brick and mortar, home-based, product-based, service-based, B2B, and B2C. Unleash the entrepreneur in you. Learn more at franchisebuyersguide.info. That's franchisebuyersguide.info.
As 2016 starts to wind down, it's time to take a good hard look at how your building and offices have been maintained. At Image One, we're aware that everyone has a cleaning service and many are happy. But you should have a backup plan. So when something happens, and it will happen, you're ready. Let Image One be your backup plan. Image One is Chicagoland's choice for custom office and building cleaning needs. Connect with Image One online at imageoneusa.com or call 800-223-1985.
I'm Alice, owner of a growing company. Our entire business depends on our phones, so I was challenged when our phone service providers struggled to deliver our calls. Missed calls means lost revenue. I heard Innovative Networks helped AM 560, so I called. They provided an innovative solution that reinforced our phone infrastructure and enhanced call flow. I truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing us a solution that scales as my business expands. They even replaced our outdated phone system and provided hands-on training to maximize our capabilities. Amazingly, it cost us nothing. I'm saving money and more focused on growing my business. I'm thrilled with Innovative Networks.
Follow Alice's lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. Are you happy with your carrier?
Is sharing your faith in the workplace lawful? This is Law and Justice with Jay Sekulow.
I am a manager at a grocery store, and I want to know if I can witness to employees. I was told by our state labor department that I cannot. I want to know if I can.
Well, that's a very good question. And the issue is when you're doing that, it's a private place of employment. So the rules are really subject to the employer, what their rules and regulations and policies are. It's not so much a question of state law. Now, they're saying to you, you cannot consider religion with regard to hiring, firing, or demotion or promotions. That is not a factor that can be considered. So that's probably what they're talking about. I don't think it's so much that whether you can have a conversation with the employer, that's probably no problem. The state issue is there discrimination on the hiring practices of the employer? That's the issue that they're looking at.
Find out more at aclj.org. That's aclj.org.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-422-3838 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-422-3838. That's 800-422-3838. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Thanks so much for making us part of your morning. Thanks to David Stripling, our technical director, and Keith Conrad, our executive producer.
And remember to vote. Tomorrow, polls open at 6 a.m. You need a ride? Call Amy.
Or call Dan. He'll give you a fast ride to the polls. Now let's go into the newsroom to a very busy man and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, protesters clash in Chicago over a deadly police shooting. Kirk and Duckworth campaigning across Chicagoland, rustling up last-minute votes. An Elgin man convicted of selling drugs out of his business, while Cedar Point loses a bet and renames a roller coaster for the Cubs. In sports, Blackhawks beat the Stars in overtime. Bulls hosting the Magic. And we have a mostly sunny day ahead for us, a mild afternoon with a high of 64. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The day before the election, Donald Trump's feeling blue. Again, going to some states, Democrats have won for years. He said this yesterday in Minnesota.
She doesn't even bother to come here. She should be penalized. Don't vote for her.
Trump will go to Pennsylvania and Michigan today. So will Hillary Clinton. They'll also both be in North Carolina.
Everything you care about, everything I care about, and I've worked for is at stake.
Now, Trump will also hit Florida and New Hampshire. Polls show a near tie in both states. Clinton leads many national polls, including one just out from Fox. Fox's Rachel Sutherland details it live.
Dave, Clinton has expanded her lead now with a 4-point advantage over Donald Trump in both a four-way race and a head-to-head matchup nationally. Clinton is ahead 48 to 44% within the margin of error and a 2-point gain in a four-way race over a Fox poll released on Friday. The Democrat is winning among women, minorities, and voters under 30. Trump is favored among men, whites, and white evangelical Christians. Trump is also doing better with independents who favor the Republican by 6 points. Dave.
Rachel, jury selection that was supposed to start in South Carolina this morning to put Dylan Roof on trial for murdering 9 members of a black church has been halted because of a defense request. The judge said needs his immediate attention. He'll meet with Roof's lawyers next hour without prosecutors present. The ground keeps rumbling in Oklahoma with small aftershocks to yesterday's magnitude 5 earthquake that did some damage in Cushing.
There's multiple buildings downtown, and the damage ranges from broken windows,
munitions,
to facade being broke and fallen to the ground.
Cushing, Oklahoma City Manager Steve Spears. Some areas of the city are cordoned off, schools are closed, but there were only minor injuries, and there are no damage reports of Cushing's huge oil storage facilities, among the largest in the world. There's a big rally on Wall Street to start the week. The Dow's up 262 points. Fox News
Coming
Radio,
up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Stock up on clean drinking water, ammo, and MREs. It's election day.
9:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago police say a woman was sexually assaulted by a man posing as a rideshare driver on the north side. The incident happened early yesterday after the suspect picked up the victim near the area of Halstead and Roscoe. He dropped the woman off but then lured her back into that vehicle before assaulting her in the back seat. Gun violence continues to plague Chicago. 8 were killed, 30 others wounded in shootings across the city since Friday evening. Officials in Kane County continue to investigate after a weekend traffic collision that left 2 teenagers dead. Chicago police say a 25-year-old Indiana man was fatally shot by authorities after a road rage incident.
It's still recording, Mike.
They say Joshua Beal of Indianapolis was shot to death Saturday afternoon after failing to drop a gun when confronted by an off-duty officer and a police sergeant. Chicago police say both officers who fired at Beal are on administrative duty for 30 days. A $5,000 reward is being offered for information that leads to the arrest following a deadly shooting in Aurora. Sam Smith Jr. was found early yesterday with a gunshot wound in his home on Iowa Avenue. Smith's girlfriend was the only other person in that house at the time of the incident. A northwest suburban Elgin man faces 30 years in prison for selling drugs out of his business.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Stuck up on clean water. No. Do it again.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Stock up on clean water.
MREs.
I know that. I can't remember ammo. Go ahead.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Stock up on.
Stock up. We'll be right back. Ready?
All right. Got it.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Stock up on clean water, ammo, and MREs. It's Election Day.
We're back at 5 AM 560. The Answer. All right, will you guys say a little prayer for us at 4:30? Say a little prayer for you.
Yes, because God has nothing better to do.
Then watch over our girls' 5th and 6th.
After he delivered the cause, now he can deliver your 5th and 6th grade girls.
I need a scouting report from Berlin. You know anybody whose kids go to Berlin?
Oh, yeah.
They're always a great powerhouse sports.
Yeah.
How did Alcott make the finals? Cream them. What's tomorrow, Tuesday? No, they're not. They're great.